Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. During the declared emergency in the City of Toronto, Committee of Adjustment virtual public hearings are being conducted by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. These measures are necessary to comply with physical distancing requirements and in-person attendance limitations. This will be a virtual public hearing, and participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx, an online event that is being moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may do so by watching it on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting either by their computer, a phone or tablet app, or by telephone. All participants are automatically muted on entry. When your item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. Only the committee members are participating by video. Any registered participants will be participating by audio only. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. For all those who are waiting online, please ensure that you have called in with the phone number that you originally registered with. If you call in with a different number, you will not be able to speak on that item. To ensure audio clarity, I suggest that you do not use the speakerphone function on your telephones. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. My name is Alan Smithies, and I will chair today's meeting. Joining us on the panel today are Ron Hunt, Asif Khan, Paul Kidd, and Nadini Sankar Peralta. City staff are also present: Simon Lamb, Amir Nissan, and Adam Wills. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone attending today who wants to receive a copy of the committee's decision must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because Committee of Adjustment and the TLAB will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the committee's decision, it may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are described at the bottom of the committee's decision, and hearing procedure is as follows. I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant will proceed with their presentation if desired. If the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak on the item. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into the committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, is given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5-minute limit. When addressing the committee, please state clearly your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters described in the application. The applicant or agent proceeds first and will make their presentation to the committee. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. To ensure that a revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes, the committee may decide to defer the application if it has been substantially revised. And individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, are invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the previous speakers. This marks the end of discussion on the item. The application is then taken into committee for a decision. Ladies and gentlemen, I have minutes from a previous hearing to adopt, and that is the minutes of the 17th of June 2021. Could I get a motion to adopt those minutes, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the minutes of June 17, 2021 may be adopted as circulated.
Thank you. Someone to second Mr. Khan's motion. Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries and the minutes are adopted. Are there any panel members who have a conflict of interest they'd like to declare? There being none, thank you very much. We have no files to close, so we will go on to our morning agenda. Starting with, we have two deferral requests. Item number 11, which is 8 Collinson Boulevard. We have a request to defer, and if I'll go to the agent, I have a Martin Rendell. Mr. Rendell, are you there?
It's Jay Smith. I'm the agent.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it's item number 11. Jay Smith is the agent.
Okay, thank you. Could I, again, just your full name and address, please?
It's Jay Smith, 2814 Hollington Crescent, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And the reason that you're asking for the deferral?
We've had much discussion with city planning staff, but there isn't enough time to get the redesign and put an internal garage in and get it through zoning for the hearing today. So we'd like time to redesign and deal with planning and neighbors' concerns.
I just wanted to ask, there was also a report from Transportation Services dated the 10th of November, and they wanted a deferral as well to provide revised parking data. Were you aware of that report?
I have seen it, Mr. Chair, and again, we are looking to put an internal garage and remove the variance for the front yard parking. So that will handle that when we deal with the redesign.
Okay, so you'll touch base with Transportation Services as well.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions of the speaker? There being none, I have one person on the list who was a registered deputant. I'll just let them know. I have a Janice Jung. Are you
Mr.
there?
Chair, this is item number 11. No, item number 11. It's Arnie or Shirley Stobanik.
Hang on, Mr. Wills. I'm just still on item number 8.
No, we've been on item number 11 the entire time, Mr. Chair.
My mistake. Item number 11, 8 Collinson Boulevard. I have Jay Smith. Are you there?
Mr. Chair, we just spoke to Jay Smith. He is the agent for this file.
Okay. Mr. Smith, are you there?
Mr. Chair, we just spoke to the agent. Jay Smith, we just spoke to him for item number 11. He just spoke and he explained his request for deferral.
Sorry.
So our local area resident is the next up to speak.
Arnie Stubnicki, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, sir.
Yes, are you aware that we just had a discussion here, the agent is requesting a deferral. Do you have a problem with the deferral?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back to the agent. Sir, are you there?
Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr.
Thank
Chair.
you. Just to clarify, my mistake. There was no comment from Transportation Services. We did have recommended conditions from Urban Forestry. There was that planning report from dated November 9th, which recommended refusing variances number 2 for the front yard parking and variance number 5 for the proposed side yard setback. We had a letter from Councillor Fillion, which was supported planning's recommendations. And I'm sorry, the Transportation Services report dated the 10th of November had no objection to the front yard parking. So I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of all those reports.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. And again, is there any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on the deferral request, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I'll motion to defer this application, sine die, to give the agent a chance to speak further with staff and planning teams.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you. Someone to second Ms. Sankar's motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries. Sir, your application's been deferred to the next available meeting so that you can discuss your concerns with city staff. Okay, thank you. We'll go on to I have another deferral, item number 12, 100 Glenvale Boulevard. I have the agent Franco Romano. Are you there, Mr. Romano? Franco Romano, are you there?
Mr. Chair, Franco is present on the call. He is unmuted, though we cannot hear him.
Okay.
Mr. Romano, if you could log out and then log back in, and we'll hear your deferral request in a moment when you come back. In the meantime, Mr. Chair, if you want to go on to item number 1 maybe then, and then when Franco gets back, we can come back to him. 12.
Yeah, go back to item number 12.
Franco, as a reminder, if you could just log out, log back in, authorize your mic, we'll get your deferral request as soon as you're back.
Go with item number 1, 28 and 30 Goddard Street. I have 4 people registered to speak. The agent is Glenn Rubinoff. Are you there, Mr. Rubinoff? Mr. Rubinoff, are you there?
Mr. Chair, Glenn is present, but I'm noticing some technical difficulties on the WebEx, I think.
Okay, I'll try one more time. Mr. Rubinoff, are you there?
Mr. Chair, let's hit a pause for a second here. I want to check on some
Okay, thank you.
some issues.
Your patience, ladies and gentlemen.
If you can mute your microphone, Mr. Chair, that'd be great. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're having a technical problem. Unfortunately, we'll have to take a break for 5 to 10 minutes to try and correct it. Thank you for your patience.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound. Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound. Invalid event panelist numeric password. Try again. Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
So panel members, can you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think we've got around these technical difficulties, so I think we can restart the meeting. If you don't mind, maybe we go to that deferred item that we were going to, for
Yes,
Frank
thank you.
Romano.
Thank you, Mr. Wiltz. Ladies and gentlemen, committee is back in session. Thank you for your patience. We're just going to skip back on one of our deferral items. That's item number 12, 100 Glenvale Boulevard. I have one person registered to speak. That's the agent, Franco Romano. Are you there, Mr. Romano?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chairman. Franco Romano, 2095 Autumn Breeze Drive, Port Credit.
Yes, thank you, sir. You're asking for a deferral. Can I ask the reason why?
Yes, sir. We've submitted the application and relied upon a zoning examination in that intervening period. We've learned that zone examination may change as a result of their review of the drawings that have been on file. And of course, the site is subject to a building permit that's been issued as well. So we'd like to defer in order to make sure that the zone examination is perfected and that the variances are correct before the committee, before a decision is made on it.
Okay, so it's just for the purpose of correcting your notice.
Correct.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Could I get a motion on the deferral request, please? Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move deferral of this application in order to give the applicant an opportunity to speak to the zoning department to ensure that the variances and the documentation is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Mr. Hunt moves the deferral. Someone to second that motion? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Mr. Romano, your application's been deferred to the next available meeting so that you can check with the staff to make sure that your notice is correct. Thank you, sir.
Thank you kindly. Appreciate it. Have a pleasant day.
Thank you. Go back to our regular agenda. We're on back to item number 1. That is 28 and 30 Goddard Street. I have 4 people registered to speak. The agent is Glenn Rubinoff. Are you there, Mr. Rubinoff?
Yes, good morning. It's Glenn
Yes.
Rubinoff.
Thank you, sir. Can I just your full name and address, please?
It's Glenn Rubinoff, Rubinoff Design Group, 18 Gloucester Lane, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to go through, I'm looking through your file. There's a number of reports placed on file here. We have recommended condition from Urban Forestry. We have a report dated the 8th of April from Development Engineering. They have no objections to your application, subject to standard conditions. We have a report from City Planning dated the 9th of November, which has no objection to your consent application, subject to standard consent conditions. There's also a recommendation regarding staff is recommending with respect to minor variance number 1, modifying the setback from 1.22 meters to 1.38 meters. And there's also
Yes, that's what we agreed with them.
just one more thing, sir, before you reply, and that if committee approves the application, that the proposal is constructed substantially in accordance with the plans stamped with the committee. Now, were you proposing to modify that variance number 1 for the proposed west side yard setback?
Yes, that's correct, and those plans have been submitted to the committee and seen by planning, and that's why we have those. So that variance number 1 related to part 1 and part 4 for the new home would be at 1.3.
Sir, just a moment, Mr. Rubinoff. Can you just going back to the variance application here? What is it? Variance number 1 for both properties?
No, it's just for the one property, parts 1 and parts 4 for the newly created lot on Coxfield. Okay. Parts 1 and part 4. there's a partial, it's only for part of the building at 1.38, and then it jogs back further from the property line beyond that. So it's only for really the garage portion effectively.
Okay, thank you. In view of the fact, sir, that we have other persons registered to speak, I'll just ask if the committee has any questions of the speaker. There being none, sir, if you'd like to give the committee a presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Yes, thank you very much. So this is an application where 28 and 30 Goddard Street are effectively giving piece of their backyards from both properties to create a lot on Coxfield. And staff has reviewed the applications. We've gone over with them, and they had city planning had no concerns with it. We did do a go around and get letters of support informing the neighbors, and we came back with 12 letters of support, including 156, which is adjacent to the newly proposed house with no objection. I believe that this creation of this lot is in keeping with redevelopment in the area. If you look at the I guess the site plan, or sorry, the map of the area, I can show you that, you know, there's several lots which are of a similar condition where the rear yard has been severed to create a home in this neighborhood. So it's not an unusual situation. Everybody has a appropriate amenity space, and I feel that it's you know, that it supports the redevelopment and the design in the neighborhood. So if you look at this here, yeah, you can see that the backyard of the two blue lots would be in line with the homes on Coxfield. And that's why I don't think staff has any concern with that. If you look at the top, the lot kind of behind on Podsall, there's the two at the end, they also at some point had severed off the back of theirs to create a lot. As far as the variances go, you know, the staff goes through the design of the front of the house is the reason why we have a height variance. Primarily the height variance is related to the front elevation being a little more contemporary in design. And as a result, they've asked us to be tied to plans, which we're fine with. I feel like since we've talked with neighbors, since we've gone through this with staff and forestry and development transportation are all good with this, I'll leave it at here. I'll leave it at this point and see if anyone has any concerns with the upcoming speakers.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rubinoff. Again, does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would ask Mr. Rubinoff, how would he justify the lot in 28 as well as 30? The area required is much less in both cases. In 28 Goddard Street, the lot area is less than 144 meters square, and in 30 Goddard Square, he is short 105 meters square. How does he justify so short?
Well, thank you, Mr. Khan. We did a lot study in the area, and we looked at the different lot sizes that were created. We feel that the amenity space and the lot sizes do not take away. These lots are quite deep, the existing lots that exist right now, and creation of the new lot. The primary concern for most people is the lot frontage, that it has the width, that it appears to be similar in
Mr. Rubinoff, are you still there? Mr. Rubinoff, are you still there?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Rubinoff is still present, but we have again lost the room. And so we
We'll
won't
have
be able to, yeah, we'll have to hit pause again for a second and,
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have having audio problems. We'll have to, my apologies, we have to stand down for a moment.
okay. Okay. So we got that. Oh.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
Hey, members, just want to see if you guys can hear me. Give me a little wave or something. Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies. We're back in session again. We'll give it another try. Mr. Khan, you had asked a question. I would ask that if you could repeat that question, we'll get Mr. Rubinoff to respond again. Mr. Rubinoff, are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank
Yeah,
you.
Mr. Rubinoff, you're there. Thank you. I'm just going to ask
Yes.
Mr. Khan to repeat his question. We can start over. Mr. Khan, can you repeat your question, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And Mr. Rubinoff, I will repeat again, although you partly answered, but again, kindly listen to my question. My first question is that 28 Goddard Street, you are short in lot area by 114 meters square. And in lot 30 Goddard Street, you are short in lot area by 105 meters square. I don't consider it a minor. So how do you justify that it should be considered minor?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Khan. It's something that if you look in the area, there's been several lots that exceeded the bylaw by quite a bit. So 28 and 30 prior to the severance were well beyond what the bylaw required. The creation of this new lot reduced the lot area of each of the lots in order to create this, but the size that is there still provides for an appropriate rear yard, amenity space, space between the buildings. I believe that the standard that the numbers don't speak to the effect that these houses and these lots are not diminished by the reduction in the lot area. And the area map I went through before we went through this process, and there are several examples of lots that are smaller than what we're proposing, with similar types of configurations to what we're doing here. And I think planning staff had reviewed this as well, and said, well, you have enough amenity space, you have enough setback. For instance, our rear yard setbacks are at 13.33 meters at 28 Goddard, where the required is 9.5. So we exceed that in that regard. The more important factor that I find is generally lot frontage. Frontage is a key part with the neighborhood to maintain a stable and consistent pattern. And I believe that was a bigger priority for us, was to maintain that we have lot frontages which are similar to other ones in the area. So it is a smaller lot, but I don't feel that it negatively impacts on the homes themselves and the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rubinoff. Any further
Sir,
questions of the speaker?
I have a little supplementary, if I may.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Okay.
Khan, can you repeat that?
Yes, sir. I'm going to ask Mr. Rubinoff. He hasn't mentioned the frontage of the retained lot 3 in 28 Goddard. What is the frontage there?
The frontage there is 14.94 meters frontage. And number 30 is at 15.24 meters. So these are the existing lot frontages that were there prior to this application.
What was the 14 point what?
14.94 meters.
That is 28.
For number 28, that's correct. And number 30 is 15.24.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? There being none, we'll go to our deputants. I have, first deputant is Gregorio Tino. Are you there? Gregorio Tino, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Greg Tino, 31 Goddard Street.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
The only thing that I want to mention is that I believe I'm not sure if I'm correct or not, but is there going to be underground parking? I mean, underground garage on the new proposed lot?
Not that I can see on the plans filed with this application, but we'll make sure that this will go back to Mr. Rubinoff. He can address that when he speaks again.
Okay. Other than that, I don't have any objection to this new proposed lot. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Does the panel members have any questions of the speaker? Being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Lou Bartella. Are you there, sir?
Hello?
Mr. Bartella,
Can
are
you hear
there?
me? Yes, I am.
Can I get your full name and address, please?
Lou Bartella. And I'm the owner of both 156 and 158.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
I did submit a letter with some comments. We're not opposed to the build, but I was questioning the variance on the west side, seeing that the option was there, that they could leave the right spacing on that side by shifting the house over to the other side.
Okay, thank you. We can also refer that to Mr. Rubinoff. He can respond to that on when he comes back up. Is there anything else?
The other question I had was, they've asked for quite a variance on the height. And I do notice they have 11-foot ceiling on the first floor. You know, I think there's an option to lower that. So I'd like a response to that.
Okay, and again, Mr. Rubinoff can respond to your issue when he comes back. Do you have any other thoughts on the application, sir?
No.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go to our last speaker. I have a Sean Tepperman. Are you there?
Mr. Chair, members, Sean is not present on the call.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back to Mr. Rubinoff. Mr. Rubinoff, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes, Mr. Rubinoff, you heard the comments from the questions from the previous two speakers. If you'd like to respond to them, please.
Yes, of course. With regards to Mr. Gregorio, the underground, there's no underground parking there. It's at grade, positive slope driveway. So there's no water going to go towards the house effectively. It's a positive slope driveway to the street. With regards to Mr. Bartella, with regards to the side yard setback, if you could put up the site plan that we have, it can illustrate that there's a tree on the property which requires the garage to be on the. So if you look at the top there, there's a. I don't know if is that the latest site plan, November 2nd one. There should be a November 2nd site plan. It shows that we've adjusted the driveway and the setback. We did increase the setback on that side to 1.38. But one of the reasons why we don't want, I mean, we can't shift the building over is because there's a tree next to the driveway and we don't want to encroach on the tree any further. But I'll also point out that it's only for a portion of the side yard. So for the first 7.2 meters from the front of the dwelling, and that's why we're asking to be, or the planners asked us to be tied to site plan. So we're effectively shifted the side yard to, much closer to the bylaw, 1.38 where 1.8 is required, a difference just over a foot. But it's only for a portion, and beyond that, we're well beyond the bylaw. So I feel that it's the concern. I understand the concern, but I do feel that we have addressed it. And the reason that's the right site plan there. Yeah, the tree, see how the tree diameter next to the driveway? If we were to shift the house over, it would have more of an impact on the tree, and we wanted to keep that as clear as possible. And with regards to the question concerning the height, it says the drawings, they put floor to floor heights on the, or we indicate floor to floor heights because floor systems are different thicknesses depending on the type of construction. It's not the ceiling height. It's not 11-foot ceiling. That's a floor to floor height. So typically it's about a foot less. And that's fairly standard in most homes that are being built these days at 10-foot ceiling. So we're not at 11-foot ceiling, but it's not the overall, we're talking about wall height is the majority. The concern that was expressed is related to the side yard, the side height, the side wall height, which is directly in relation to the front elevation. Just to clarify that we're not putting 11-foot ceiling on the main floor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rubinoff. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this revised application, please? Please note that variance number 1, which relates to which currently reads the proposed west side yard setback is 1.22 meters. That has been increased from 1.22 meters to 1.38 meters as recommended by planning. So if I could get a motion on this revised application, please. Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I accept the explanation provided by the agent with regard to this application. And I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the consent and minor variance applications. The consent application to be conditional to the standard consent conditions set out in the staff report dated November the 9th, 2021. Also, the subject to the transportation standard conditions set out in the transportation.
Mr. Kidd, it was development engineering.
Engineering and construction. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Their report dated April 8th. And also the minor variance application for the newly created part, the parts 1 and 4 on the draft reference plan, to be revised. Variance number 1 revised to read the proposed west side yard setback changed from 1.22 meters to 1.3 meters.
Mr. Kidd, we've lost your voice. Has it dropped out again?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we've lost the room again.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kidd, my apologies. We have to drop out again. We're having audio problems. Thank you.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
I think it's technical problems that they're having.
Just concerned that he has to leave.
Mr. Chair, members, I think we're reconnected again. I think this will be an ongoing problem throughout the day, so we'll do our best to accommodate. But if you want to start again, let's go for it.
Well, Mr. Kidd, my apologies. You had made a motion to approve the application subject to urban forestry, development engineering, the city planning consent conditions. You mentioned about the condition of increasing the west side yard setback from 1.22 meters to 1.38 meters, and then we got cut off, and I think there was one other condition you wanted to add, which was regards to the proposal be constructed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. Yes, so the proposal was substantially in accordance with the site plan, south and north elevation drawings submitted to the Committee of Adjustment and attached as attachments 1, 2, and 3 to the planning staff report dated November the 9th.
Thank you, Mr.
And did we get the forestry condition as well?
I'm sorry, what was that, sir?
Did we get the forestry condition as well?
Yes. Thank you for putting that in, urban forestry as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Someone
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Mr. Rubinoff, thank you for your patience. Your application's been unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry, development engineering, and city planning conditions.
Thank you very much. I hope you have no further issues today with the.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everyone. Go on to our second item, item number 2, 40 Riverview Drive. I have 4 people registered to speak. The agent is Ida Evangelista. Are you there, Miss Evangelista? Yes, Miss Evangelista, are you there?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Ida Evangelista, members.
Yes, thank
Ida
you.
Evangelista, on behalf of James and Mary, owners of 40 Riverview.
Thank you. Just wanted to ask, I note that there's a couple of couple of reports on file with your application. One from Development Engineering dated the 7th of July. They have no objections to your application, subject to standard consent conditions. City Planning's report of the 10th of November had no objections, subject to standard consent conditions, and a requirement that the side yard and rear yard setbacks are developed substantially in accordance with the site plan attached to their report. Did you have an opportunity to review those reports, madam?
I did, Mr. Chair, and I am in agreement to attach those to the decision.
Okay, thank you.
As conditions.
If you'd like to give the committee a presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal, we do have 3 other persons registered to speak on this application.
I will, Mr. Chair. Sorry. The applications that you have in front of you, this is a unique lot. So 40 Riverview faces, the front portion faces Riverview on the north, and the south, and it goes around and it faces also onto Snowden. So lots on Snowden are designated with a zoning of 9-meter frontage, which the lot behind does comply. So the variances that you have in front of you, what I've done is I've submitted a package to you, and I've outlined all the variances relating to, if we start at part 1, you'll see the variance 4 across the front. It relates to the lot frontage, which is an existing situation. Variance 6 is the length of the building. However, there are portions of the building that are approximately 17 meters in length, 17.25 and 16. So the floor space of 0.63, it's based on the fact that we have the 2 homes. It is consistent with other variances in the neighborhood and other homes in the neighborhood. Our height goes to the very mid peak of the roof. However, as you see from the north elevation, there are various architectural features and articulation at the front of the house, and various levels. So it is attractive to the eye. And the height would be very indiscernible from the street. The platform that we have on the second floor, if you refer to page 5 of my submission, you'll see it's off of the master bedroom. It's just to add just a small area of refuge for them, just to have some light and air. You've also noticed that I've included many pictures of the backyard. We have worked with forestry. Majority of the trees are being kept as is. We're being very conscious of, the trees that we keep. The building footprint, you'll notice that what we're presenting in front of you, you have Riverview with the wider lots, and then you have Snowden with the 9-meter frontage lots. So the lot facing Snowden and the lot facing Riverview are very consistent with the lot pattern and the building footprint of the area. So this is very consistent with the neighborhood. The setbacks are only relating to the, part 2, the setbacks relating to the west corner. If you review to page 6, you'll see that I've outlined all the variances. It's just to the very west corner. That's where we have that setback. At the front, we do have a front yard setback, and it goes right to the porch. There is a front porch in front of the house. However, the house does step back further than that. That's a front porch, small portion of the front of the house. So what you have in front of you is very consistent. You also see that James and Mary did meet with neighbors. We do have 5 letters of support, all of who are around the Snowden area and where we're proposing this house. And also number 36, who's immediately next door, is also in support of the proposal. So in closing, I present to you that this is very characteristic to what is in this neighborhood. It's an eclectic neighborhood, various sizes, various shapes of lots in this area. You'll see from the photos I submitted. In my submission, you'll see that the homes on Riverview is consistent with what we're proposing on Riverview. James and Mary have lived in this home for many, many years. They form a part of this community. They are well known in this community. They've talked to their neighbors. They've actually reached out to the councillor also. So I propose that what you have in front of you today is very characteristic to the neighborhood. This is a very unique lot. And
can you summarize, please?
I respectfully submit that these applications do meet the 4 tests.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. We'll move on to the next. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam, I have a question related to your conveyed part 2. Your FSI is 25% more than the maximum allowable. And variance number 4, you're 225 meters square less than the required. You are putting 450 meters square as a proposed lot area, while it is required 675 meters square. Variance number 5, your rear setback is 6.02 meters, while the required is 7.5 meter. All these are not minor variances. So how do you justify that I should consider them as minor?
Through you, Mr. Chair, Member Khan. Variance number 5 it relates to that northeast corner only. Other areas of the rear yard have rear yard setbacks of 7.64, 7.95, 8.919. So that variance is only relating to that corner. if you look at my submission, you'll see I've highlighted it. So it's a little clearer what it relates to. Now, variance number 4 and 1, as I mentioned, this is a very eclectic neighborhood. We have many different shapes, sizes of lots of homes. You'll see from the building footprint that I submitted, you'll notice that there are smaller lots, larger lots, and the home that we're presenting in an FSI of 0.47 to 0.35 is not does not make a substantial and does not make it egregious. It's not different from any of the homes in the neighborhood. We do have in this neighborhood, I will add, we do have FSIs up to 0.78, 0.65, 0.68, 0.67. So, and then we do have FSIs of, 0.59. So it varies in the neighborhood because of the lot size, because it is such an eclectic neighborhood, but yet it lives harmoniously together.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Evangelista. Committee have any further questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll move to the next person on the list. I have a Shai or Jordana Burstein. Are you there?
Mr. Chair and members, they are not present on the call at this time.
Okay, thank you. Next person on the list, I have a Judith Humphrey. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes, Ms. Humphrey, can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes. Do you hear an ad?
Mr. Chair, if we can pause for a second. Ms. Humphreys, you're logged into two different, you're logged in twice. Can you please log out of one of the services that you've logged into? We're getting feedback because you're logged into two different sessions for the same meeting.
Is that any better?
Yes, that's better.
No, it's not. You see, like I said, you have two different logins going on. I'm not sure if you've logged in twice on the computer or you have a login on the computer and your phone or a tablet or something like that, but you're logged in twice. If you could look to log out of one of the sessions, that would be good.
If you want, Ms. Humphreys, we'll just put you down next on the list and we'll come back to you. How is that?
Mr. Chair, I think we've lost the room again.
Pardon me?
We've lost the room again, so they won't be able to hear us. We can't hear them.
My apologies again, ladies and gentlemen. We're having audio problems.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound. Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
Hello?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, my apologies again. Ms. Humphreys, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, Judith Humphrey, and my address is 85 Riverview Drive.
Thank you, madam. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
I'm a neighbor. Our house is across the street from the property in question. And we've lived here for 25 years. We love the neighborhood. It's such a beautiful area. It's like a jewel inside Toronto. I don't know if any of the committee members have seen Riverview Drive, but when people walk by the street or see this vista, they say, wow, what a gem, what a jewel. And so my experience with Riverview has been such that we don't want the character of the neighborhood to change. And in some senses, it would change if this project goes ahead. And I say that for two reasons. One, the project is oversized. We wouldn't be talking if it weren't oversized. It's one lot being divided into two lots, and on each of those lots, there's an oversized house. So I'm not going to get into details and into the technical specifications, but it's an oversized property that's proposed, 2 properties. And the other reason that I'm concerned about it is that this is a special street in Toronto. Everyone says Riverview Drive, you live there, it's amazing. And this project, if it goes ahead, I fear, would set a precedent because the lots on Riverview Drive are very large. And if one lot is allowed to be divided, then why not divide the other lots? When somebody sells, they might think, well, why don't we divide this lot into 2? Our property could be divided into 2. And it would change the whole nature of Riverview Drive. It's a beautiful place, beautiful area. And we have wildlife coming up from the ravine. We had a fox here yesterday. We just don't want the nature of this place to change. And so I believe that this building project itself is oversized, but the precedent it would create in this beautiful neighborhood would be dangerous. Toronto could be losing one of its most prized streets as people wanted to capitalize on the value of the land, divide properties, and then who knows what it would look like. So you can see I speak emotionally. I speak as a homeowner across the street from the property in question. And I really hope this doesn't go through. And I trust you to think about all the factors, including this one, which is about the character of Riverview Drive.
Okay, thank you, Madam.
That's it.
I'm sorry. Did you have more to add?
No, that's it. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the speaker who's a resident of the area that's giving us this insight. As Mr. Khan, Member Khan had indicated about some of the same concerns you've had around this being too large, the agent had said that the size and the size and of the proposed lot area and just everything in itself is characteristic of this eclectic neighborhood. And I wondered if you thought that at all. Clearly you don't see it as minor, but would you say that this does meet the character of the neighborhood that seems to be different, lot sizes, et cetera, and setbacks, et cetera?
Well, thank you for asking that. I know she used the term eclectic, and you've mentioned that. I don't see it as an eclectic neighborhood. Snowden does have houses that are on smaller lots, but when you come down to the end of Snowden and go along Riverview, the lots are very large. They're consistently large. The houses are set back in a consistent way. It's not an eclectic neighborhood. Snowden is one area, yes, and Riverview is another, but Riverview is a ravine street that is comparable to, I suppose, some of the nicer streets in Rosedale. So large homes, homes that are valued at, 8 to 15 million. So they're on big lots. They're old. Our house is 100 years old. And it's charming. I'll have to tell you how charming it is. When the realtor drove me by this house, I said, I'll take it. I'll take it. This was in the late 90s. And I didn't even go in the house because the street was what sold me. And every single house on Riverview has a large lot, especially the ones on the ravine side, but even the other side, they're on large lots. And that defines the character. A lot of trees, a lot of, animals come up from the ravine. It's a beautiful vista of homes. And I would hate to see any other lots divided. So I hope that gives you enough of a picture of Riverview.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you, madam. Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Humphrey, my simple question is, did you had the meeting with the developer or owner of this new house about about your concern?
Yes, the owners came. 1 second, please. Mark, can you get the cord? It's going to run out of battery. The owners came by the other day. I have to tell you, it was the first time we've ever met them. First time I had ever met them. So they're not really part of the neighborhood in the sense that we see them walking, we see them out. And they showed us the specifications for the house. I told them that I was concerned about this. I told them that I didn't want to set a precedent. And I said I would have to think about exactly how, sorry about that, I was just running out of battery. I told them I'd have to think about exactly how I'd frame my thinking. But I said I didn't like the idea of setting a precedent for this neighborhood. And so they're aware of that. And this is why I decided to speak today. I wanted to express my view because I think there are other neighbors who wanted to do that as well. But I speak for myself and my husband as residents and as people who would hate to see this area changed, transformed through densification.
Okay, thank you, madam. Just to be clear, madam, the Committee of Adjustment does not consider precedents when it deals with applications for minor variances or consents. Each application has to stand and fall on its own merits. So you don't have to worry about the issue of precedents because that's not considered by the committee.
Can I just ask something in response to that, Mr. Chair? Isn't it true that builders will come and say and compare their proposal to proposals of houses that actually have been built? And so if the size of the lot changes or the variance changes for one property or two or three, then those become precedents. It may not be dealt with by your committee.
Madam, they can make reference to former applications, but that's not something that we consider. We consider whether it stands and falls on its own merits.
I see. Well, that's good to know.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the next person on the list. I have it Donna McRitchie or Shaf Kashavji. Are you there? Donna Ritchie or Shaf?
Yes.
Yes. Hello?
Yes, it's Donna. Hi, good morning. It's Donna McRitchie. I'm not sure if my husband's on the line. I know he was planning to attend.
Okay, can I get your full name and address, please?
Sure. My name is Dr. Donna McRitchie. And my address is 29 Riverview Drive, and we live right across the street from the house proposal.
Okay, thank you. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application, please.
Sure, I'd be happy to. A couple of points, some of which have already been made by Member Khan and by Ms. Humphrey. We actually did not know about this plan until we got the notice of this review in the mail from the City of Toronto. The couple did come over after that when they found out we were a little bit taken aback and did ask to talk to us. We did say that we did have some concerns, and that's sort of where it was left. So I think most of the people on the street were actually not aware that this was this proposal was coming forward. Similar points, and I won't belabor them, but similar points to Ms. Humphrey. These are, maybe one of these variances would be considered minor, but in total and in whole, when there's multiple different variances on two properties, now proposed properties and two houses, I think that is somewhat irregular. We are worried about the big house, small lot factor for both of these proposed homes. I do think that, and I understand your statement about doesn't set a precedent, but I think the fact of the matter is that
We lost.
Members and Mr. Chair, members, we've lost the room again.
We'll have to, my apologies again. We'll have to come back in a few moments.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
Some technical difficulties all week, so it seems to be propping up, but stay tuned.
Thank you.
Ms. McRitchie, my apologies. We have to start
But-
over. If you could repeat your presentation, please, because we lost.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
We lost your audio. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's very unfortunate. Okay. So hopefully I can reprise some of the points that I previously made. I'm Dr. Donna McRitchie. My husband's Dr. Shaf Kashabji. We're at 29 Riverview Drive. We're right across the street from the new house proposal. We have been living in the neighborhood for almost 10 years. Similar to Ms. Humphreys, we were sold on not just the house, but the street and the unique homes that are on that street. We are concerned, both my husband and myself, and I'm aware of other neighbors as well, are concerned about the multiple variances on both proposed properties or homes, and the fact that, to put it succinctly, these are two oversized houses on two undersized lots with multiple variances, each one of them. I don't think it will maintain the character of Riverview. The proposed house on Snowden might. I'm not as familiar with the look of, I mean, we obviously know the look of that street, but we live on Riverview, and Riverview is very unique. And I do not believe that severing and building another large house on that property fits in with the character and the ambiance and the uniqueness of Riverview Drive. So these are lovely people. I don't have anything against Mary and James, but I do have a problem with the proposal, as I previously mentioned. And I recognize, Mr. Chair, that you made the point that there's no necessarily precedent setting here, that each individual proposal is considered as a unique proposal and request. But I would put forward that severing lots on Riverview is a problem in my view, and I think the view of a lot of the residents there, that it could potentially lead to other people considering the same, and that would change the unique flavor and feel of this community. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, madam. I just wanted to ask, did you have an opportunity to read the city planning report that was filed with this application?
Well, I read everything that we were sent in the mail, which were multiple pages of the public hearing notice and the plans. I don't know that there was an actual, I wasn't necessarily aware of an actual city planning report. But I haven't, to be honest, this just came to us last week, and we're busy people. We haven't had a chance to necessarily go through all the background information.
Okay, I just wanted to ask because it was on, it was, you could access it through the Committee of Adjustment website, but it just indicated, I'll summarize, it had a very lengthy memo that that describes why they have no objection to the consent. And one, I guess I'll just summarize it. Planning staff are of the opinion that the subject property is unique in its orientation and location within the neighborhood and can allow for a new residential lot and dwellings that are materially consistent and in keeping with the physical character of the neighborhood. I'm just summarizing one line of their report, but it was a very detailed report. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for summarizing that. I would respectfully disagree that it would not be in keeping with the neighborhood. That's a matter of opinion, I would say. There are specs and measurements and architectural drawings and so forth. It's sometimes very hard to necessarily envision what it might look like. But I think it's fair to say that several of the neighbors are concerned about this.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just trying to understand the nature, the concern of the current neighbor and the previous speaker as well. Looking at the plans, it appears to me that the view on Riverview Drive would be unchanged as a result of this application going through. That it's not a there would be no material change to the view on Riverview, and I just perhaps the speaker can just elaborate on her concerns with regard to the construction.
So I'm not entirely sure of what you mean by view, but if I were to sort of respond to that, I would say that my understanding is that the footprint will be definitely the footprint of the home will definitely be larger. I'm not sure, to be honest, I'm not sure where the driveway was going to be, because I presume they'll lose the driveway that's currently at the back of their home. I'm not, to be honest, I'm not even sure of the raison d'etre for the severing in the first place. Like, is there a problem with their property now? Is it just to provide another home to sell to another member of the community? Like, I'm not entirely sure of the raison d'etre, and it's hard to look at renderings and drawings and say that it's not going to be not going to change your view. I think the presentation of the house will be very different based on what I'm seeing on the drawings and the specs.
Okay, thank you, Madam.
Thank you.
Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? Being none, we'll go to our last speaker. I have a Marcel or Lynn LaRue. Are you there?
Yes, we are.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please?
Okay, my name is Marcel LaRue. My address is 48 Riverview Drive.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application, but sir, please don't repeat material we've already heard. We don't need to hear it twice.
No, I agree. I understand. My biggest concern is that the density of the neighborhood. If you add two major buildings on that lot, that means that the drainage, when you get huge rain, where the rain will go. So right now, it's a question of keeping the open land as open as possible, and by adding a major structure on a lot like this, will definitely make a big change in the climate. So I agree with all has been said before, with the people talking before, and it will change the look of that property. I don't know if you've seen the front of that property. It's lovely right now. It's a lovely home. And if you put something bigger, with definitely a garage in front of the home, that will change the look completely. So that's my point.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go back to the applicant, Ms. Evangelista. Are you there?
I am, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Ms. Evangelista, if you could just reply to the comments made by the previous speakers.
I will. So I really would like to stress that no change will be happening facing Riverview other than a new home will be built, right? So the current home, Actually, the new home proposed, can you hear me, Mr. Chair? Hello?
We can hear you, Ida. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, sorry. So the existing home, the side yard setbacks are 0.93 and 1.3. On the new home, our side yard setbacks are 2.16 and 1.83. So the house will pretty much remain the same. The facade will change. The facade, I believe, will be more characteristic into the various homes in the neighborhood. Now, when I spoke and stated that this is an eclectic area, meaning that everybody, if you look at the building footprint that I submitted, page 11, you'll see that even lots on Riverview are of different sizes. For example, 101, 105, 85, 53, 29, 27, and 48. They are all different size homes. They're all, it is an eclectic area. The severance is happening in the rear of the property. So James and Mary, the intent, they are going to be living in this home. The home in the rear is for their dad. He doesn't live in Toronto, so they want him to be closer to them and to their children. So that is for them, for the dad. So they've been living in this neighborhood since 2014. They form, as I mentioned earlier, they do form a part of the neighborhood. It's unfortunate that everybody doesn't see each other because their driveway currently comes in off of Snowden. So now the one person at number 256 Snowden, which is adjacent to the home that will face Snowden, is in support of this new home, and you have a letter of support in front of you. So what we're proposing here will not change the streetscape on the Riverview side. You won't even see that the severance will be indiscernible. When you're standing in front of the house, even from number 29, you will not see that it has been severed. This house will be shorter and narrower than what is currently there. So again, I propose, and also Mr. LaRue at 48, he mentioned about the rain. We don't have any landscape variances, and as we know, all drainage has to be maintained on our own property, and that comes with a lot grading and drainage plan. So this is an anomaly in this area. This is the only lot that's like this that faces Riverview and faces Snowden. There are no other lots. So, speaking to, and I know we don't like to use the word precedents, but Ms. Humphrey, she, and I believe a few of the neighbors fear that this is going to continue. This is not, because again, this is a very, very unique situation in this area. And as I mentioned, when you are on Riverview, you will not even see the severance, as it's at the back of the house, and the neighbors on Snowden are in support of the house facing Snowden.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Evangelista. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I totally understand what Ms. Evangelista, the agent, is trying to do. However, I feel that the comments by the neighbors really outweighed a lot of, what I think she is trying to do in good faith. And I do not feel that the actual changes that are being made, in my view, is minor. It may not change sort of the frontscape of the street itself. However, I do believe that it does change the character of the neighborhood. And so on these two factors, I do not approve this application. I motion to refuse.
Thank you. I have a motion from Ms. Sankar to refuse the application. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries with Mr. Kidd dissenting. I'm sorry, opposed. I'm sorry, Mr. Kidd, were you opposed? Yes, Mr.
I'm opposed.
Yeah, Mr. Kidd was opposed. Ms. Sankar's motion carries. Ms. Evangelista, your application has been refused with Mr. Kidd dissenting. Thank you very much. Item number 3, 70 Chamberlane. I have one person registered to speak. That is Nelson Espinola. Are you there, sir? Nelson Espinola, are you there?
Mr. Chair and members, Nelson is on the call and he is unmuted. So we can give him a try here. Nelson, go ahead.
Mr. Espinola, are you there?
Mr. Chair, we might have lost the room again. We lost the room again, Mr. Chair. So we'll put Mr. Espinola on mute, and we'll look to reconnect the room again.
My apologies, ladies and gentlemen.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound. Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound. Enter the event panelist numeric password followed by pound. Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
Ladies and gentlemen, committee's back in session. My apologies for the technical glitches. We're on item number 3, 70 Chamberlane. I'm looking for the agent, Mr. Nelson Espinola. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Espinola, can I get your full name and address, please?
Nelson Espinola, 1726 St. Clair Avenue West.
Okay, thank you, sir. Looking at your file, I note that there's only one recommended condition from staff, and that's from urban forestry. I think it's pretty clear what you're asking for in the variances we have before us. I'll just ask, is there anything that you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material that we have before us this morning?
No, there isn't.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Wills, we don't have a video feed.
I know we don't have a video feed right this second in the council chambers, but there should be a feed everywhere else in theory. Actually, I don't think there is. Maybe if the member can announce their name and then have something to say, that would be great.
No, we're back. Okay. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Espinola, I have concerns about variance number 6, 8, and 9. Variance number 6 is about the height of the main walls, and you are exceeding 8.5 is required, but you are going 10.98. And variance number 8 is the rear platform, you are asking 2 when 1 is allowed. And variance number 9, you're not saying 3 stories, but you're exceeding in the height. Then the allowable is 36 feet and 8.5 inches, which is, these are not minor. How do you justify?
Well, we're not exceeding the overall height of the building. We're permitted 11 meters. The only issue with height is with regards to the sidewalls. But that is, the architectural style of this house. But in regards to the overall height, we are within the 11 meters permitted.
Okay, thank you,
Now,
sir.
with regards to the decks, we're permitted to 1 deck, and we have 2. Basically, it's just a small deck up on the 3rd floor, but we are providing privacy screens so that it will not, it'll create some privacy to the neighbors.
Okay.
And the area of the decks are very close to the maximum permitted 4 meters. So I think that, it's a minor variance.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? Could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Hunt, we can't hear you.
Sorry.
You have to speak up, Mr. Hunt. You're coming in, but you're very low. Your volume is low.
Is that better?
Not much. Can you turn it up?
It's turned up as loud as I can get it.
Okay, I can hear you, but your volume is still pretty low.
Well, I've checked all my volume.
Mr. Hunt, if we could just go forward with the motion, that'd be great.
Okay. Given that there are no departmental concerns other than the urban forestry requirements of October 28th, I would move this application.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hunt. I have a motion from Mr. Hunt to approve the application. Someone to second that motion, please. Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Khan dissenting. Sir, your application's been approved, subject to urban forestry conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now on item number 4, 299 Bernett Avenue. I have one person registered to speak. That's David Moskal. Are you there, sir?
Yes, present.
Yes, sir. Can I get your full name and address, please?
David Moskal, 14 Augustus Terrace, Toronto.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm going through your file. I note the only recommended condition we have from staff is from urban forestry. I just have the one variance before us with regards to, just one variance with regards to building setback. Just ask, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material that we have before us this afternoon?
Real briefly, just building in line with the existing 1.2 meter sidewall where 1.8 is required. And we're going to be fronting onto a large school playground. So it has no impact on anybody. Nobody will even see it on that side. And we meet every other variance. Heights, GFA, FSI. So it's just a side yard.
Okay,
real simple.
Thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Although there are no staff recommendation, Mr. Chair, for this particular application, but I find it minor variance and complies with the zoning bylaw. I move this application be approved.
Thank you, Mr.
With
Khan.
forestry conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A motion for Mr. Khan to approve. Someone to second that? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry conditions.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, our next application, item number 569 Vanderhoof Avenue. I have one person registered to speak. That is Saba Al Mathno. Are you there?
Yes, I am. Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Saba Al Mathno from QBS Architects, 1670 Bayview Avenue, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay, thank you, madam. I'm just going through your file. I note that we have two reports on file, a recommended condition from urban forestry. There's a report from city planning dated the 10th of November, which indicates that they have no objections provided that the side exterior main wall heights are developed substantially in accordance with the west and east side elevation drawings attached to their report. Have you had the opportunity to read those reports, madam?
Yes, sir, and we are in agreement.
Okay, thank you. It's pretty clear what you're asking for in the 6 variances you're requesting. I'll just ask, is there anything that you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material that we have before us this afternoon?
No, I will be ready to answer any questions they might have.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Ms. Sankar?
No, through you, Mr. Chair, I'm ready for a motion.
I'm sorry, Ms. Sankar?
I'm ready for a motion, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. Please go ahead.
Yes, so I do believe that this, in review of this application, it meets the 4 tests. I will motion to approve this application, and I'll make it subject to the November 10th staff report that the side exterior main wall heights should be developed substantially in accordance with the west and east side elevation drawings attached to the report and subject to forestry.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Khan seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Madam, your application has been unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry and city planning conditions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Thank you. Go to our next application, item number 6, 5 Waxwing Place. I have 5 people registered to speak. The agent is a Nicholas and Searle. Are you there, sir? Nicholas?
There we go. I'm here, yes.
Yes, can I get your full name and address, please, sir?
Yep, Nicholas Sancho, 31 Scarsdale Road, Unit 6.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to let you know there are 2 reports on file from staff. There's a recommended condition from Urban Forestry. There's a report from Transportation Services dated the 10th of November, which indicates that they have no objections to your application, provided that the driveway aligns perpendicular to the center line of the public street. They want you to reduce the driveway width to a maximum of 6 meters and add a notation on the site plan drawing that states that all portions of the existing site access driveways that are no longer required must be closed and restored with soft landscaping and full concrete curbs. Just wanted to ask, sir, if you've had the opportunity to read those reports?
Yes, we're fully aware of them, yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. We have 4 other persons registered to speak on this application, sir, so if you could give us a presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Okay, very good. All right, so thank you for hearing me on this. Just regarding this application, we'd just like to firstly advise that we'll be eliminating variance 1. We've slightly shifted the interior wall.
Hang on just a second, sir. Are you proposing to make changes to your application?
It's already been submitted to transportation and they're aware of it, and to committee, and everybody is aware of that. So number 1 is something that does not affect anything. It's just a slight shift of the interior wall. And we wanted to just come into the committee with our TRCA variances.
Okay, hang on. So variance number 1 is being deleted?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And that's the only change?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, if you could proceed with your presentation.
All right. So originally in September 2019, this property was refused by the Committee of Adjustment from a different design team. They were asking for 8 variances and the removal of 2 mature trees. Following the hearing, the owners approached us. We agreed to work with them under the condition that we would design sensitive to the site and community. As a result, we have worked with TRCA, Ravine, and TPPR North, along with engineers for nearly 2 years to come up with a satisfactory plan. We are here today with a home that has no building variances, only 2 TRCA site-specific variances. TRCA is in support of this application, and from a letter that the committee has from Jenny Cottes there, it's noted the proposed dwelling will be moved away from the long-term stable top of slope, and there will be less development overall within the erosion hazard. She also notes, given that no new development will be extending into erosion hazard, the proposal has regard for the existing development setbacks on the property. We can support the proposed development in principle and a reduced stable top of bank setback variance. In conclusion, we feel that this application is minor and further conforms to the 4 tests and is a desirable development for this land. That's what we have. We're good on that, sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Answer, I have a great concern with variance number 2 and variance number 3. Variance number 2, building encroaching 1.12 meter into the shoreline hazard area. This is not safe at all for property and life. And variance number 3, building 2.81 from shoreline hazard. While it is required 10 meters. I mean, this,
Mr. Chair, our technical problems continue. And,
We'll have to shut down again.
yeah, if we'll have to put it on pause again, if you don't mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, Mr. Khan, we've lost the audio again. We'll have to restart. Thank you.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
Than what we're actually proposing. So what, as TRCA has actually noted, is what we're doing is an improved setback. Like we're even further away than what the existing house currently is, and what the other, we're in line with what number 3 and number 5 show on their lot line. If you look at the survey, you'll see that. So it's not as if this building is sitting in the ravine or so on and so forth. We're several meters. I think if I look here, is this at 70 feet? We're 69.11 feet from the back of the lot, which gives a lot of backyard space. And it's just how it measures the top of slope of where it comes into. But the existing house, along with the neighboring existing houses, are already in that point. So as mentioned, we're already pushing the house even further back than what the existing house sits.
Mr. Ansel, you have to be aware of this uncertainty of the weather, more rains, earthquakes, and things like that, which are making the life as well as the property not safe. I mean, you are not meeting the minimum criteria that has been set by the zoning bylaws.
As mentioned, we are within. We are within basically where we are within what the zoning bylaws do. We are hitting the TRCA zoning bylaw. And TRCA has had engineers out there. There's been exploration digs. They are in support of this. I think you know from your experience that TRCA would not support anything that they are not comfortable with. And at this point, I want to just again emphasize that where the back of this existing house that sits there now is, the new proposed is even further than what's existing there. So it's not like it's not as like the untouched land is being dug up. So the land that's there now is actually left alone, and they dig up where the existing foundation is.
Sir, can I ask you indicate that you have correspondence from the Toronto Region and Conservation Authority? Because we have no correspondence from them or Ravine and Natural Features Protection in our file here.
It's on the.
So, TRCA's is on AIC. Information what they have access to.
Yeah, so the TRCA is on the AIC. It's what you have access to, and you'll see at the top.
Sir, we don't. Do you have correspondence from Toronto Region and Conservation Authority with regards to these two variances?
Yes, sir, and we've submitted.
Okay, sir, that's fine. We do not have that in our file.
Okay.
So you can be talking about whatever the TRCA said. We can't confirm what you said because we don't have that correspondence in our file. For some reason, it's not there. You didn't submit it, or so. If you have something from the TRCA that suggests that they're okay with these setbacks, but you haven't submitted it, then I would suggest it might be advisable to defer your application so that you can submit that correspondence and we would be able to see it.
Mr. Chair, members.
If you don't mind, my colleague Ashley would just like that. She'll say, because she submitted it all and she.
No, I didn't submit it. Anna Lim, the TRCA
Hang on,
planner.
just a minute. One person speaks, please. One person speaks. So, Mr. Nicholas Unsurl, Do you have correspondence from Toronto Region and Conservation Authority that relates to these two variances?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well,
And
we
Anna
don't
Lynn
have
has-
it. As I said, we do not have it. And if you're saying that they're okay with these variances, then we have no way of confirming it because it's not in your file. So
We've seen it on the
suggest,
file, and we-
I would suggest.
Mr. Chair and members and the agent, it does sound like there is some TRCA comments in the file that wasn't submitted to committee. Now, we are currently having some technical difficulties in here in the council chambers with getting the file up on the screen. We are in the process of trying to figure out that problem, and as soon as we do, we will try our best to project those TRCA comments that are in the file.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Wells. My apologies, Mr. Insearle. So what we'll do is, because we have to wait to see that correspondence, I'm going to put this application on hold and we're going to go to the next application because we need to see that TRCA correspondence. So my apologies, but we're going to move ahead to item number 7, which is 153 Melrose Avenue. I have 2 people registered to speak. The agent is Jonathan Benkowski. Are you there? Jonathan Benskowski, are you there?
Mr. Chair, Jonathan is on the line, but we cannot mute or unmute his microphone. I assume that's because he has not authorized his microphone for use. Jonathan, if you can hear me right now, please log out and log back in and authorize your microphone for use, and we can hear you. We'll be able to hear your file. Thanks. Mr. Chair, he just logged out, so we'll give him a second and we'll have him come back.
Thank you.
In the meantime, if we just want to take, not a break, but let's just wait until Jonathan's back. That way, in the meantime, maybe the IT department can solve the internal problems here with the screen as well.
Mr. Benskowski, are you there?
Mr. Chair, members, it does appear Jonathan is back.
He is not back?
Yeah, he is.
Mr.
I'm here now.
Oh, thank you, sir. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, Jonathan Benskowski, 301 Keewatin Avenue.
Okay, thank you, sir. We have 2 people registered to speak on this application. I just wanted to let you know, I'm looking at your file. We have staff comments registered with your application. Recommended condition from Urban Forestry. We have a report from Transportation Services dated the 10th of November 2021, which has no objections to the driveway width. We have a report from City Planning dated the 3rd of November, which recommends that revisions to your application, specifically modifying variance number 4 for the proposed front yard landscaping from 29.05% to 39.92%, and modifying variance number 5 for the proposed front yard soft landscaping from 30.93% to 54.28%. And they're also recommending that if the revised application is approved, staff recommends constructing the driveway with permeable materials. I just wanted to ask, sir, did you want to make those modifications as recommended by planning?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so if we could just hold on a second here, sir, we'll just make sure we get this correctly. If you could detail for us what those changes are, just confirm.
Yes, from the public notice, variance number 4 is being increased to 39.92%.
From 29.05.
Correct, sir, Mr. Chair, to 39.92%.
Okay.
Variance number 5 is also being increased from 30.93% to 54.28%.
Okay, terrific. Thank you very much, sir. In view of the fact that we have a deputant here to speak to your item, if you could give...
Mr. Chair, just a quick note, the local area residents are not on the call.
Oh, they're not? Okay.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That being the case, sir, it's pretty clear now that what you're asking for in the application. If you have, just wanted to ask, sir, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material that we have before us this afternoon?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Kind of for full transparency, we did drop off a package to the adjacent neighbors yesterday. I'm not sure if that is the reason they are not here today, but I can tell you we did propose one additional change that, again, for full transparency of what we told them, I would like to proceed with what we suggested yesterday. That is also the elimination of variance number 7, which is the rear deck projection.
Okay, so what are you proposing to do with variance number 7?
It is being removed.
Okay, so that's in addition to those 2 changes you just recommended.
Correct, Mr. Chair.
So variance number 7 is being deleted. That's related to the rear deck projection, correct?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other changes?
No, sir. What I would also say, Mr. Chair, is we have provided a revised set of plans with the increased landscaping as well as variance number 7 removed. Those have been sent to the city and they are stamped November 17th, 2021 by the Committee of Adjustment. So the changes proposed have already been made and are filed with the committee. In addition to the permeable landscaping feature from transportation. And just to outline a couple of small points with the proposal, Mr. Chair, really relating to the front driveway as well as the landscaping. This property is subject to a large right-of-way that runs between the adjacent houses. Once you put a new driveway as well as a garage, the ability to comply with landscaping is just simply not possible due to the right-of-way, the common area having to be maintained as hardscape. So we see the driveway width as well as the front yard landscaping really is related to that right-of-way that does not permit a soft scaping between the adjacent dwelling. So that's why we have that there. Sir, I would then just maybe like to address the height quickly. The actual height permitted in this neighborhood, sir, is 10 meters. The proposed that is before you today is 8.9 meters. This is in our district, which is the most permissible of all the residential zones. So it actually doesn't put a cap on a flat roof dwelling. So the overall height of the dwelling itself is actually 1.1 meters below what is permitted under the zoning bylaw at 10 meters. And I think I'd be happy to answer any questions that the committee may have at this time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this revised application? Please note that variances number 4 and 5 have been modified as recommended by planning, and variance number 7 has been deleted. And that's the variance dealing with the rear deck. So if I could get a motion on this revised application, please, Mr. Kidd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the proposal as amended meets the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaws. I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application with the following revisions. Variance number 4 to be modified to read the proposed front yard landscaping area is and it's changed from 29.05% to 39.92%. And also variance number 5 changed from the proposed front yard soft landscaping area changed from 30.93% to 54.28%. And variance number 7 to be deleted. Also subject to the condition that the permeable materials be used for the proposed driveway, and also subject to forestry condition.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second Mr. Kidd's motion? That motion does not carry. Can I get another motion?
Sorry, I was trying to second it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't got your video feed, Mr. Hunt. So Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. So
Thank you.
The application's been unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry urban forestry, transportation services, and city planning conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number.
Mr. Chair, do we go back to the item that we put down because we couldn't display the TRCA
Okay,
comments?
thank you. We'll go back to item number 6, 5 Waxwing Place. We have Nicholas and Searle. Are you there, sir?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, sir. My apologies. We're having some technical difficulties here.
Oh, I get it.
Hang on
We
just
just got a little
second,
flush.
sir, where we're trying to. Can
Mr. Chair, there are no technical problems right now. Please proceed.
I'm just saying, Mr. Wills, can we get that?
So everyone except for us here in the chambers can see that TRCA comment. So what we'll do for you, Mr. Chair, is we'll show you on one of our laptops.
Well, will the committee members see that? Will they see that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the committee members will all see, as well as the YouTube stream, and everyone watching will be able to see the TRCA comments.
Okay.
It's just us here in council chambers cannot see it right now due to the technical difficulties we're currently experiencing with the broadcasting.
Committee members, you should have that TRCA memo before you. I can't see it. We can't see it here in the council chambers. So, Mr. Searle, I interrupted your presentation. If you'd like to proceed, we have that memo up from TRCA. Mr. Searle, are you there?
Mr. Chair, we've lost the room again.
Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
Could broadcasting, who just dialed in the room, can they attempt to change the layout of the grid in the same area you just were?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in session. We continue to have technical problems. Committee members, can you see that okay, there we are. There's the TRCA memo. Mr. Searle, are you there? Nicholas Searle, are you there?
Yes, I am, sir.
Yeah, sir, we've found your TRCA memo. Is this the one dated November the 5th?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're just taking a look at it now. Can we scroll down that memo to get down to their recommendations? Okay, so I'll just read the conclusion from Toronto Region and Conservation Authority. I read it out. Toronto Region Conservation Authority staff reviewed the requested variances and they have no impact on TRCA's policies and programs. As such, we have no objections to approving minor variance application number A0658/21NY. Thank you, Mr. Searle.
Thank you.
Is there anything else you'd like to add to your presentation?
No, only I guess that was the key piece to our presentation. So I'm glad we found that, and I hope to Mr. Khan that this helps a little bit of clarifying kind of what I was trying to explain, and that's really.
No, it's that's very good because we didn't have that in our material. Thank you very much, sir. I'll just ask.
Thank you.
I'll just ask the committee. Does it have any questions of the speaker? We'll go back to the next person on our list. I have a Mike Godawa. Are you there? Mike Godawa, are you there?
Mr. Chair and members, Mike was on the call, but he has since dropped off the call.
Okay, we'll take him off the list. Next person on the list, I have a Doris Bies, B-I-E-S. Are you there?
Mr. Chair and members, Doris is present on the call. Go ahead, Doris.
Hi there, how are you? Thank you. We have no issues with the, can you hear me?
Madam, can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, it's Doris Bies, B-I-E-S. It's 2 Waxwing Place.
Okay, thank you, madam. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
We have the streets, there's 12 of us on the street, and we actually have really no issues with what they're asking for. We did send a letter, and we did have some recommendations. That first tree, and I guess this is a TRCA, not you guys, we wanted to see that there would be a little bit more room around it. I think they're asking for 2 meters around the second tree. We would like to see that with the first one. We also wanted to have a clarification on where the house was being built. When you see number 3, it's actually further back. And we're just wondering if it is legal what they're doing with bringing it further to the street. So there was that. And I guess the only other comment that we had was we are quite concerned, and you can see that in my letter, our letter to you is, and I guess the Committee of Adjustment really has nothing, I don't think there's anything you guys can do about it, but the builder that built number 7 is also building number 5. And there were so many variances and things that were not appropriate and not taken care of. And I know the city's working with number 7 to make everything correct. But we're quite concerned with the builder making sure that they're building to code and that we don't have the same problems that we did for the last 3 years with the other one that he built on the street.
Okay, thank you, madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll move on to the next person on the list. I have a Jennifer Hall or Rob Grand. Are you there?
Mr. Chair. Yes, they are present.
Jennifer Hall or Rob Grand, are you there?
Rob Grand is here.
Yes, thank you, sir. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Sure, it's Rob Grand, 1 Waxwing Place, North York, Ontario, M3C 1N5.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Yeah, I just jumped on the call, so I hope I'm not duplicating anything here. The first variance looks fine. The variance number 2 and 3 that were requested, I'm not sure if something's been issued from the TRCA, but I haven't seen any sort of reporting on that, and would be curious to see what the TRCA's opinion is of the proximity of the proposed house to the stable top of Bank.
Sir, I don't know if you may have missed it. There was a report from Toronto Region and Conservation Authority dated the 5th of November. They indicated that they have no objections to the application, to variances 2 and 3.
Okay. I would also just like to say I feel the whoever the architect is and the homeowner have done a good job of preserving 2 very mature trees on the lot, and just wanted to send out my thanks to them. On the topic of trees, there are a few trees in the survey that are denoted that they will be taking down. Those trees actually aren't on the lot. if I'm reading this correctly. So my concern is that the trees that are X'd out, I guess, for removal, that aren't actually there, my concern is that other trees may be taken out in their place.
Okay, thank you, sir. We can ask the, Mr. Ansearle can address that when he comes back.
And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go to our last speaker. I have an Eric Z, ZHI. Are you there?
Mr. Chair and members, Eric is not on the call at this time.
Thank you very much. That's the last of our speakers. Go back to Mr. Ansearle. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. You heard the comments from the previous speakers. If you'd like to reply.
Yeah, I'd just like to touch, I'm familiar with the group of neighbors in this area. I would just like to address a couple of, items while I have an opportunity of misinformation. I read the letters that came in, and, first, I was the designer for 7 Waxwing. I'm proud of the design that we did there. Area residents, many area residents seem to appreciate what we did there.
Nobody does.
Well, okay. It's easy to, look me up. I'm a designer. I am not a contractor. I'm not a builder. We're not a design and build company. Who builds number 5 has nothing to do with me. I don't believe it's the same contractor that built number 7 because they haven't been in conversation as far as I know. But I just wanted to address that. I did hear mention to one of the neighbors commenting about the trees on the survey. These trees that are marked up here. This is as per inventory that's come in. Arborists and different conservation officials have worked on this. These aren't big trees. A lot of these ones, like the big ones that are being kept. So I can't speak for what the person's speaking to. I'm going by the inventory that's been taken on site, and I understand it like this as well. So it's these are small, like maybe small trees that can confuse that only big trees are marked on the survey, or I can't answer to that. I would lastly just like to comment, we do have a handful of neighbors here that are opposing. But there's also, if you look into file, the neighbor's gone out, the owner, pardon me, has gone out and spoke to the community, and you'll see there's a few letters that have come in, and one of them with several signatures. I think we've had in total 20 signatures of people that support. Usually the ones who supported and are in favor of development, they're quiet. They sit back, they're quiet, where the ones who are opposing are having the big voices. But it's not, I just want to make it clear, it's not them that speak for the whole neighborhood. So, we just want to go back to, we feel that we've done a very good job here in being sensitive neighborhood. One other thing they're unaware of is that those trees, they made a note, the big 2 mature trees that are close to the house. Reason I mentioned in my application, or in my proposal, or sorry, my initial, was that we've worked with engineers as well, is because within the tree area, tree protection area where there's house, the house is not touching the ground. There's not traditional foundation going into the ground. The house will actually be above ground. We did not want to uproot, that was part of what we worked with conservation for the last 2 years with, to make sure that these 2 big mature trees have the best chance. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this revised application, please? Please note that variance number 1, which relates to the parking space width, has been deleted. So if I could get a motion on this revised application, please. Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I do believe that this application has been revisited and a lot of work has been done to it to my satisfaction today. I believe that with the changes made and the presentation of, TRCA's report, that sits really well with me, that I'll put forward a motion to approve this application. with the changes that were made by the applicant here today, that such that variance number 1 be deleted. I'll make this also subject to forestry, as well as subject to transportation's November 10th. Actually,
Ms. Sankar,
One
yeah,
moment.
that
No.
that relates to the driveway. Those are conditions relating to the driveway alignment. They're not, they don't affect the variances.
Right, good. I just wanted to double check because that's what I'd read first, but I wanted to reread it again, and it doesn't. So I'll put forward that motion. It will be subject to transportation as well. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second Ms. Sankar's motion? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Khan dissenting. Sir, your application's been approved, subject to urban forestry and transportation services conditions.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We're now on item number 8, 153 Ranleigh Avenue. I have 2 people registered to speak. One is Martin Rendell is the agent. Are you there, sir? Martin?
Yes,
Yes, Mr. Rendell, are you there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Martin Rendell, 35 Delburn Drive, Toronto.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to let you, there's a couple of reports on file here. There's a report from City Planning dated November 10th, which has no objections to your application, but it's recommending a number of conditions: that you shall construct a new laundry room. You're also containing at least 2 washing machines and 2 drying machines. You're also to, prior to issuing a first building permit, the owner shall develop a construction mitigation and tenant communication plan to mitigate the impacts of construction on existing tenants. And before issuing a first building permit for the interior alterations, the owner shall submit a landscape plan that provides a rear outdoor amenity area, including seating and landscaping improvements, all of this to the satisfaction of the chief planner. There's also a report from Transportation Services dated the 10th of November, but it's recommending deferral because they see that you had submitted a parking study, but they indicate that it needs more work and they would like to see more information. So I just wanted to ask, sir, first of all, have you seen those reports? Mr. Rendell, are you there?
Mr. Chair, we've lost the room again.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we've lost our audio, so we'll be back in a few minutes.
Enter the event panelist numeric password.
Mr. Chair, members, it looks like we've got control of the room again. So if we'd like to proceed with item number 8. As a note, though, Mr. Chair, members, the area resident is not on the call.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wills. Again, we're on item number 8, 153 Ranleigh Avenue. We have 1 person registered to speak. Martin Rendell, are you there?
I am, sir.
Yes, Mr. Rendell. I just wanted to ask, Sorry, we're having some technical problems. Have you had the opportunity to read those the transportation services and the city planning reports?
I have, sir. In terms of the planning report, I accept all of the conditions. We discussed it with planning staff. Those conditions are fine. I've read the transportation report. That was filed after the due date for comments, so there hasn't been the opportunity to have a dialogue with transportation.
Okay.
I know that transportation is recommending a deferral of the application for their reasons, but I did want to speak to the committee about that recommendation.
Okay, well, if you don't want, yeah, it's your call. If you don't want to defer it, then you'll have to make the case to the committee as to why we should approve your application. If you want to proceed that way, which it sounds like you do, then if you could make a presentation to the committee on why you see that we should approve the application.
Well, before I do that, sir, I mean, it sounds like there's a risk here. I will accept a deferral if that's the will of the committee in terms of the transportation report. I was hoping I might be able to make some comments on the report, but if in the interest of time, if the committee is leaning towards deferral, I'll accept that.
Well, it's up to you, sir. If you want, you have to tell the committee what you want to do. Would you like to proceed today, or would you like to defer?
I'll defer, sir.
You'll defer, okay. I have a motion from, I have a recommendation. I have a request from the applicant to defer the application. Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, I think that's a good choice to the agent because I wasn't willing to look beyond transport's comments. So I'll put forward a motion to defer this application, sine die.
Someone to second that? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Mr. Rendell, your application has been deferred to the next available meeting so that you can discuss your parking issues with transportation services. Good luck, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now on item number 9, 5 Lawrence Crescent, I have 2 people registered to speak. I have the agent Nina Fant. Are you there? Are you there, madam?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay, thank you. We have one other person registered to speak, madam, and I just wanted to note there was a report dated the 10th of November from Transportation Services that was filed with your application. And have you had the opportunity to read that report? Because what it's saying is it's recommended refusing a parking stall length of 4.18 meters, but I don't think you're asking for that variance, are you?
I am asking for a parking space variance. The reason they're asking for this is that the current garage has a length of 5 meters, and it's really, you know, one of these old houses.
Madam, just a second. We're dealing with 5 Lawrence Crescent, correct?
Correct.
You have 2 variances here.
No, I have 3 variances.
There is not a variance there for parking stall length.
I have 3 variances.
We only have 2 variances.
The third one.
Madam, we only have 2 variances on the notice. There's a variance number 1, which is the proposed floor space index is 0.54 times the area of the lot. And then there's the proposed north side yard setback is 1.41 meters. We don't have a variance for a parking stall length.
It's on my notice.
So is that variance missing from the notice?
It's missing on your notice. I have it
Madam,
on the notice that I received.
Madam,
and I am requesting that.
Madam, this is the notice that was distributed to the public.
Well, I received it in the mail, and the third variance is the parking space that I am asking for, and it is on my notice. So I'm not sure why you have that with the missing variance.
Mr. Chair, members, we're doing a quick look right now as to what might be wrong.
My apologies, madam, if you just hold on for a moment, because like I said, on the file that the committee members have, there's only 2 variances listed.
Mr. Chair and members, I'd like to bring to your attention that the file on the Application Information Center, the AIC, does in fact show 3 variances.
Can we, and just Mr. Wills, was that notice circulated to the public?
Yes, it was. It was a revised public notice. It appears that your packages weren't, the members' packages weren't properly updated post revision. As such, we have put the public notice on, the revised public notice on the screen for everybody's review.
Okay, thank you. Okay, madam, I'm sorry, my apologies. With respect to the comments from Transportation Services dated the 10th of November, they're recommending refusing the substandard parking stall length. Did you want to defer this application so you can discuss that issue with them, or would you like to proceed today?
I would like to proceed.
Okay, all right then, if you could give us a presentation then on why we should approve your application.
Okay. My name is Nina Fant of 52 Elm Road, Toronto. I am the agent and architect for this proposal at 5 Lawrence Crescent. The project consists of modifications to the existing single-story portion at the rear and a second-story addition above this. We're requesting 3 variances. The first one is the floor space index. The permitted floor space index is 0.35 times the area of the lot, and we are requesting 0.54. When we did our research in the area, we found that there are several floor space indexes in this range, so we do believe that this home will be in keeping with what is happening in the neighborhood. The second variance we are requesting is the minimum side yard setback on the north side. The required side yard setback is 1.5. We are requesting 1.41. That is a difference of 0.09 meters or 3.5 inches, which is very minimal. We are asking for this because we want to keep the proposed second story at the rear in line with the existing main floor in this area. And lastly, we're asking for the minimum length of the parking space be reduced. The reason we are asking for this variance is because currently this garage, it's an older home and it really does not fit a standard sedan as it is. So my clients use this space as storage. We would like to rework the entrance to the garage and add some steps into this area, and that's why we are requesting this length on the garage.
Okay, thank you. In terms of, I'm sorry, madam.
I'm sorry. Sorry. I also wanted to let you know that my neighbors have consulted with the neighbors, and you have 7 support letters in the file from their adjacent neighbors as well as from the neighbors across the street. And this proposed work will not alter the front of the house, and it's basically going to blend the addition into the house even more, so it'll appear like it's always been there. And we hope that the committee sees these requests as minor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, madam. I just wanted to ask though, in terms of the parking stall length, it's the parking stall length in the garage that's substandard, but you have a lead-in driveway, the portion of the driveway that's on private property, that's roughly 7.4 meters long. Is that correct?
Let me double check that.
That's to the face of the garage from the property line.
Yes, there's a substantial
It's over 20 feet anyway, is that correct?
correct.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Being none, we'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Lutz Fulgraf. Are you there?
I am, but that is not a property that is in Lawrence Park, so.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
Mr. Chair.
No, I have nothing to say.
Hang on just a moment. Mr. Wills?
Mr. Fulgraf just made a comment that this property is not in the Lawrence Lawrence Park ratepayers area, and as such, he has no comments. Let's if you can send me an email just to confirm which files you want to speak to. You might have gotten put on the wrong spot. I don't want to miss you, so just send me an email.
File number 16.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Fulgraf, my apologies. Sorry about that. Thank you. We'll go back to, again, Ms. Fant has made her presentation. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? We have no other speakers on this item. Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make sure I'm clear on this application. The garage situation is existing at this point, is that right? Isn't a change to the existing garage?
The garage is existing, and what I would like to do is change the steps from the outside at the rear at the inside of the garage. So I am going to be taking a little bit of space in the garage for new steps.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions of the speaker? There being none, can I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now, my motion is variance number 1, FCI, is not meeting the minor variance requirement. It is larger than 35% more than the allowable. And variance number 3, which has recently been introduced, parking space is undersized, has not been approved by the transportation services. These are not minor variances, 1 and 3. Therefore, I move this application be refused.
I have a motion from Mr. Khan to refuse the application. Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries. Madam, your application has been unanimously refused. Thank you very much. We're now on item number 10, 1160 Glen Karen Avenue. I have one person registered to speak. That is Marco Vieira. Are you there, sir?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Marco Vieira. I'm the agent and the designer for this application.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'm just going through your file. I note that there are no comments or recommended conditions from staff. You have 3 variances before us. It's 3 variances before us. It's pretty clear what you're asking for. I'll just ask, is there anything that you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Kidd. Mr. Kidd, we can't hear you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair, that's because we've lost the room again.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've lost our audio feed. We'll be back in a moment.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
For 10 minutes after this one.
That's a good idea.
Everybody, we're back now. We're back now. We're back now. We're back now.
Yeah, just something. I'm feeling a little lightheaded.
Yeah, that sounds good, Nadine.
My dog is
Members, when we lose connection like this, please avoid having personal conversations, as all the attendees and most likely the YouTube can hear it. Thank you. As a note, though, we are back. We will start in a moment.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. Mr. Kidd, I think you were interrupted. If you'd like to proceed again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my view, the requested variances are minor, and I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application without condition.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Mr. Vieira, your application's been unanimously approved without condition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Hope the afternoon gets better for you guys.
Thank you. Our item number 11, 8 Collinson Boulevard, that was deferred. We're now on 100 Glenvale Boulevard.
Mr. Chair and members, item number 12, 100 Glenvale was also deferred.
Item number 12 is deferred as well. Item number 13, 26 Rusty Wood Drive. I have two people registered to speak. The agent, Farid Marani, are you there?
Mr. Chair, that's actually the owner in this case.
Pardon me?
I think that's the owner, but we will bring them first.
Ali Mamarian, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Hello, sir. I've got, can I get your full name and address, please?
Ali Memorian, 88 Erskine Avenue, Toronto.
Okay, thank you, sir. Just going through your application, I note that there are no comments or recommended conditions from staff. I just wanted, it's got two variances before us, one for lot area and the other one for floor space index. I just wanted to know, sir, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
I think we just have a variance for the side yard setback.
I've got two variances listed down here, sir. One for lot coverage and the one for floor space index.
Is that for 26?
My mistake. One variance, I'm sorry. One variance for west side yard setback. You're correct. Is there
Yeah, I believe the application is straightforward, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion, please?
Mr. Chair, before we go to the motion, I'd like to bring to your attention that there is an area resident on the line for this file. Lori's son is the area resident who wishes to speak on this file.
Yes, Mr. Mamarian, if you could give us a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal, please.
Yes, in this application, we're going to build extension on the second floor on the existing ground floor. So like the existing side yard setback is like 1.22, which is like 2 feet less than the required side yard setback. And like the adjacent neighbor also is supporting this application as well. So we're not affecting anybody else in this application.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I have a Lori Sun. Are you there? Lori Sun, S-U-N. Lori Sun, are you there?
Lori, you are unmuted and you are able to speak, so go ahead.
Ms. Sun, are you there? One more time. Ms. Sun, are you there? Lori Sun, are you there? Should we stand this one down, Mr. Wills, and come back?
Mr. Chair, we can do that for sure. In the meantime, Lori, can you please log out and log back in and make sure you authorize your microphone? That way we can hear you speak when it's your turn to speak.
Mr. Mamarian, my apologies. We'll come back to your item as soon as we can get a hold of Ms. Sun. Go to item number 14, which is 11 Greengate Road. I have two people registered to speak. I have the agent, Andrew Malouf. Are you there? Andrew Malouf, are you there?
Mr. Chair and members, Andrew is not on the call at this time. Maybe we can speak with Michael, though. I think he may actually also be associated with the file.
Okay, okay. Is the Michael Perger there? P-E-R-G-E-R.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear
I'm
me?
sorry. Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. I had two people down here as an agent. You're the agent, sir?
Yeah, I am from the design firm, MP Design and Associates. I am Michael Perger.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to ask, can I get your address, please?
Yeah, I'm at 768 Mary Street,
Okay, thank you.
and that's in Oshawa.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. I just went through your file. I note that there are no comments or recommended conditions from staff. You have one variance before us for proposed lot coverage. It's pretty clear what you're asking for. I'll just ask, sir, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
No, I believe it's pretty straightforward and nothing to add.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a minor variance, straightforward, and I move that this application be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Someone to second that motion? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Sir, your application's been unanimously approved without condition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members.
Thank
Enjoy
you.
your day.
We'll go back to item number 13, 26 Rustywood Drive. Mr. Mamarian, are you there?
Sir. Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes, thank you, sir. I'm just going to see if our deputant is here. Lori Sun, are you there? S-U-N. Lori Sun.
Mr. Chair, yeah, Lori is present on the call and she has been unmuted. Lori, go ahead if you can hear us.
Lori Sun, are you there? Ms. Sun, are you there? Lori Sun, are you there?
Hi, Mr. Chair, I'm here.
Yes,
So
can
I just,
Madam, can I get your full name and address, please?
yeah, my first name Laurie, last name Sun, S-U-N, 22 Rustywood Drive, my address. I just want to observe this meeting. I don't have any question for speaker. Thank you.
I'm sorry, madam, can you repeat that?
Yeah, so I just want to observe this meeting. I don't have any question for speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, madam. Mr. Mamarian, there's no comments to speak back to. I'll just ask the committee if it has any further questions of the agent. Okay, can I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I do believe that this is minor in nature. It meets the 4 tests. I do see 2 letters of support as well on file, so that comforts me that I'll make a motion to approve this application without conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? The motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application has been unanimously approved without condition.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Item number 15.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Are we able to have like a few minutes break maybe after this
absolutely.
one, or?
We can't break. Should we break for lunch and come back and continue? Because we've got a long way to go. Ms. Sankar, would you prefer to take a break for lunch and we'll continue our meeting? Because we're on item number 15, which has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Mr. Chair, instead of a full lunch break, maybe it's best we just do a 10-minute break and keep the ball rolling until we get to the PM session, at which point we can do a lunch break.
Okay, well, Ms. Sankar will take.
That's good for me.
Ms. Sankar will take a 10-minute break. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, committee's back in session. We're now on item number 15, 539 St. Clements Avenue. I have 11 people registered to speak. And the agent is Lauren Rose. Are you there, Mr. Rose?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair.
Yes, hello, Mr. Rose. I just wanted to ask, I've gone through your file. There's 2 staff reports listed there, one from Urban Forestry, a recommended condition. There's a planning report dated the 2nd of November, which indicates that they have no objections to your application, provided that the property is developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing submitted to the Committee of Adjustment, attached as attachment number 1 to their report. Sir, in view of the fact that we have a number of speakers, if you could make a presentation to the committee on what you see as the merit of your application.
Sure, Mr. Chair, committee members, thank you. So I think you're going to have, sorry?
Before you start, if I could just get your full name and address, please.
Sure, Lauren Rose, 388 Spadina Road.
Thank you.
I think you're going to find there's maybe only one speaker. So we have negotiated a very nice settlement between all the neighbors. Oh, and I'm just going to take you, because there's been several versions of this. I'm going to take you through variance by variance. I appreciate staff putting, pardon me?
If you would, please.
Yes. So variance 1, the actual building length will be 21.36.
Okay.
But that is including the 1-story, the porch, the deck. The house itself, from front wall to back wall.
Sir, it might be easier if you just go through your revisions first, so the committee knows what they are, and then you can explain them.
Okay, so variance 1 will read length of 21.36.
Okay, and what's the next one? Variance number 2?
Variance number 2 is reduced to density of, or FSI of 0.731.
Okay. Is there any other?
Variance 3, no change.
Okay.
Variance 4, no change.
Okay.
Variance 5, no change. Variance 7 is withdrawn.
Okay.
No, we don't need it anymore. Variance 8 is withdrawn.
Variance 8 is deleted. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Number 9 should have a depth of 21.36 as opposed to 22.17. 21.36 meters.
Okay, that's the depth.
Variance 10 is withdrawn or deleted. Variance 11, no change.
Okay.
Variance 12 is withdrawn, deleted. And variance 13 is deleted, withdrawn.
Okay. So just to confirm that, variance number 1 is, the length has been reduced from 22.17 meters to 21.36.
Yes.
Variance number 2, the FSI has been reduced from 0.761 to 0.731.
Correct.
Variance 7 and 8 are deleted. Variance 9, the building depth has been reduced from 22.17 meters to 21.36 meters. And variances 12 and 13 have been deleted. Is that the extent of the modifications?
Did you say 10 was deleted as well?
Which one? Variance which?
10?
Variance 10 has been deleted?
Yes.
Okay, so variance is 10. The ones that are being deleted, variance is 7, 8, 10, 12, and 13.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's the extent of the modifications?
Yes.
So if you'd like to...
There's a further agreement. There's a city tree that we've agreed to narrow the drive. Sorry?
If you could just, you can give us your presentation now, and then if you could do that now, and then do the explaining about the changes that took place. We have the changes here if you'd like to go through and make your presentation to the committee.
Staff have the revised site plan that was sent today?
We do. We'll have it up in a moment. Please continue.
Okay, so this has been a negotiated settlement with the neighbors. I believe they're all in agreement at this point. We've removed the height variances. We've agreed to privacy screens on either side. We've agreed to narrow the driveway to help encourage the survival of a tree, city tree. So it'll go from a single drive to a double drive, similar to the house next door. And I think that's all I need to say. I think there's a representative for the other neighbors who may speak. I'm not sure how that's going to work, and I can address any other concerns after that.
So are you saying, sir, that you originally had a double driveway and you've reduced it?
Yes, so that we can help ensure the survival of the tree. There's no guarantee the tree is going to survive, but the neighbors want us to keep it, and we have no problem keeping the tree.
So you've reduced you had a double driveway. I presume it was around 6 meters wide. What was it reduced down to?
It's not reduced on our property. It's only reduced on the city boulevard, so there's no change. You can see that at there's a little curve to the driveway that's bubbled on the thing in front of you, site plan. Although the clock is in the way on my screen.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have Robert Brown. Are you there?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Brown,
can
are you
you hear
there?
me? Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can I get your full name and address, please?
Okay, the name is Robert Brown. I reside at 88 Spadina Road, Toronto, Mary 5 Roger 2 Sam 8.
Okay, thank you, sir. And you are representing someone?
Yes, there's a group of neighbors that have been meeting with the builder over the last few days, and we've arrived at what I would call an agreed settlement. Mr. Rose has articulated quite precisely what the agreements are in terms of the original variances. The one point that I think should be added to your minutes would be that the agreement calls for the actual main dwelling part of the main house part of the total dwelling is going to be limited to 17.5 meters exterior walls, and then the additional taking it to 21.36 meters is the rear porch deck arrangement. There are a number of other refinements in the minutes of settlement, but they do not directly impact on the variances that are before you today.
Okay, thank you. Just out of curiosity, who are you representing? I just need the addresses.
Oh, okay. 537 St. Clements Avenue,
Okay,
545 St. Clements Avenue,
okay,
543 St. Clements Avenue,
okay,
538 St. Clements Avenue,
okay,
and 540 St. Clements Avenue.
okay. 545 St. Clements, 543 St. Clements, 538 St. Clements, and 540 St. Clements.
Correct. And we can submit to staff these minutes of settlement so that they have all the details and they don't have to worry about missing some little element.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
But
I'll just
on
ask,
that basis, on that basis, we support the amended application.
okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Mark Greenwald. Are you there, sir?
Hear me?
Yes, sir. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Dr. Mark Greenwald. I reside at 151 Avenue Road, Toronto, but we recently purchased and I'm the immediate adjacent owner and plan to live at 541 St. Clements Avenue.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
Firstly, before the break, for your quick break, it was exactly 24 hours since the filing by Mr. Rose et al. So I haven't had a long time to study it. But initially, I had some objections. I've now heard from him, and I have had the ability to go through some of the points on the agreed agreement between other neighbors and the builder. However, I have no official copy of that. If indeed it is as presented, then and the trees are going to be protected, I would tend to rescind my objections.
Okay, thank you.
Assuming that this is binding, that protocol will be binding on the developer.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go to the next person on the list. I have a 529 St. Clements Avenue with Sarah Marks.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, madam. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, it's Sarah Marks, 529 St. Clements.
Thank you. If you could give us your thoughts on this application?
Yeah, so I live obviously just a few doors down. I wasn't aware of any of the goings on with the different agreements and different things happening. I guess looking at the proposal, it sounds like the first request where the building length is significantly longer, the maximum floor space is significantly more, the building is taller. I mean, to me, it's just a very large building, and I listened intently to the earlier discussions today. I used to live around the corner from Riverview Drive, and you had a discussion about precedents, but there's a tremendous amount of construction going on here. Houses are getting very large. I share a concern from an earlier speaker on the Riverview Drive property that there's very little green, like the green space is really shrinking rapidly. It's this street is already prone to flooding. And I think that's going to increase. I guess I don't understand why such a large dwelling has to be constructed. Basically, every new dwelling that's going up here is significantly larger than all the allowable zoning. So I don't really understand what the zoning is for if every new house is going well above that.
Okay, thank you, madam. We didn't
like, is it not possible to stick within the zoning? Why does it have to be so much bigger?
Well, madam, that question will be answered again when Mr. Rose, he'll come back to speak on to your comments later on.
Sorry, and I just wanted to add again, I was listening intently to the Riverview Drive discussion because I do agree that's a beautiful street, but there are many, many beautiful streets in the city, and, you know, many concerned residents about one.
Madam, you're breaking up. We can't hear you.
Mr. Chair, we've lost the room.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've lost our audio feed. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
Mr. Chair, members, we're back. We've regained audio control again. Sorry about that, Sarah.
Ladies and gentlemen, my apologies. Ms. Marks, are you still there?
Yes, yes, thank you.
My apologies. If you could, I'll just have to ask you to restart your presentation again because we cut you off in the middle there, I think.
Yeah, no, that's no problem. So just to try to recap, you know, I was very concerned about the requests to have a much longer building, occupy a lot more floor space, a much taller building, and a much deeper building. So essentially the size is very significant and much bigger than other properties. I mentioned also that, you know, I had listened to the presentation at the beginning on 40 Riverview Drive. You know, there were a lot of concerns there about changing the character of the street. The green space is another big issue. And the flooding, this street has a lot of flooding. And I think the less green space we have, the more flooding there's going to be. I guess it just seems that over time, the character of the street is really changing. And it's very concerning. You know, Riverview Drive is a beautiful street, but so is St. Clements. And I also mentioned that I wasn't aware of these other conversations going on among other, you know, nearby residents, but I am very concerned about the size of the building, and it didn't sound like that was being addressed in some of the new submissions. So I guess my proposal is that the building really, the new construction really stick within the existing zoning, because if every single house is requesting a much larger space, then I'm not sure what the zoning is accomplishing.
Okay, thank you, madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go to our next person on the list. I have a Margaret Barron, B-A-R-R-O-N. Are you there?
Mr. Chair and members, Margaret is not on the call at this time.
Okay, thank you. We'll take her off the list. I have Alan Hannon, H-A-N-E-N. Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can I get your full name and address, please, sir?
Sure. My name is Alan Hannon, and I live at 532 St. Clements Avenue.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Sure. First of all, what I would like to say is that I wasn't aware of the amendments that were put forward by Lauren Michaels, but and I do have specific comments on them. But I would just note in passing that it is not an accurate characterization to say that all the neighbors are now satisfied with these proposed amendments. If you look at the number of people who have raised objections, while there's some double counting, it's somewhere around 15 between individual letters and the petition that was signed. And what you have here is basically 5 people who have agreed, but as I said, I think there are still issues with what is being proposed. Even with the amendments, the size of the property is still going to be quite considerable. The maximum building length is still going to be 25% over what is permitted. The floor space index is still going to be, on the amended results, will still be 21% over what is permitted. And the key here is the thing that was not changed at all is the east side yard setback. That is being proposed to reduce by 31%. And if you look, and the other thing that hasn't been amended is the front canopy, which is going to intrude on the east side yard setback. That's variance number 6. That varies by a whopping 64.4% over what is permitted. So what the applicant, what has been negotiated is that they have decreased the entire length of the building, but you'll note that the depth, the proposed building depth, has only been modestly decreased. So you're still going to get a massive home with large square footage, and I would maintain that the amendments, even as proposed, don't satisfy the official plan. And the plan states, and I quote, "A key objective of this plan is that new development respect and reinforce the general physical patterns in a neighborhood." And if you come onto St. Clements Avenue, as the previous speaker noted, the lots are all, except at the end, the lots are all identical sized. The spacing between the houses is identical. And and basically you've got what this house is going to do with the porch and awning they're building on the east side of the house. It's going to create a disjointed street because it will no longer fit within the neighborhood. And I note that the plan also talks about generally locating buildings parallel to the street with consistent front yard setbacks. And the east side setback does not comply with that. And I would just say that the wisdom of the plan is that it provides for, allows all the neighbors to enjoy the beauty and privacy within the neighborhood. And it's not right if one neighbor gets the benefit of an oversized home at the expense of the beauty and privacy of the neighborhood for the enjoyment of its neighbors. And I will say that I did speak with Mr. Omid Arbabi, who dropped by the house with the new neighbors, and I welcomed the new neighbors, and I urged them to come up with a new proposal that would be in keeping with the neighborhood. This committee has granted a number of variances in our community for beautiful developments, beautiful modern homes that do fit within our neighborhood. And I would ask them to do the same. Although I've only recently
Sir, can
looked
you summarize,
at,
please?
While I have only looked briefly at these proposed amendments, in summary, the lot is still oversized. The east side setback is still unacceptable. And I would urge this committee to reject this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Howard or Corinne Waxberg. Are you there? Howard Waxberg?
Hi, I'm here. Can you?
Yes. Can I get your
Yes,
full
can you
name
hear
and
me?
address, please, sir?
Yeah, my name is Howard Waxberg, and I live at 545 St. Clements Avenue.
Okay, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Okay, yeah, so I've been working with Mr. Robert Brown and a number of the other neighbors dealing with the builder, OMID. And basically, we came up with this draft minutes of settlement, which Mr. Brown presented to you. And by the way, I'd like to go over that quickly because I think you missed something. But having said that, I think Mr. Brown said he was going to make this draft settlement available to the committee. The agreement that we came up with, and I agree with the previous speaker, we felt that this was a massive house with way too many variances, and that it didn't meet the tests for minor variances. However, we came up with what we think is a reasonable solution. Now, Mr. Hannon mentioned, I'm speaking now basically on behalf of the neighbors that agreed with this draft settlement. When you talk about like length of house and so on, they are allowed by right, I believe, 17.0 meters. The compromise that we came up with was 17.5 meters, which is not that great a difference. That, of course, gives them a bigger FSI. But the immediate neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Katz, they're 537, they're going to be the most affected. And the new neighbor who's proposing to build a house at 541, those are the neighbors that are going to be most affected. If we look at the back, how did we come up with this agreement? Well, we looked at the back of all the houses, and at 17.5 meters, it's more or less in line with the rear streetscape. So this is a compromise that we came up with, and we agreed with the builder that if they agreed to all the things that are included in the draft minutes of settlement, that we would remove our objection. I want to mention also that Mr. Rose, Lauren Rose, mentioned that the driveway, we wanted to save that tree on the front. There's a big city tree on the front. The proposed driveway width will be reduced sufficient to allow the tree on the city property to be retained. But what he didn't mention is also part of the agreement, the proposed curb cut will be reduced to the standard one for one vehicle access and egress. So there is a double car garage built into this house. But they've agreed, we've both agreed that they will only have a single curb cut. And that way it doesn't take away from parking on the south side of the street, which is the only side of the street that you can park on. And having said all that, if they agree with all these draft minutes, then the group that Mr. Brown and I sort of represent are willing to remove our objections. Now, can I quickly go over, Mr. Chairman, with you the changes that were made?
You have a minute and 15 seconds left, so you must be brief.
Okay, can we go over it quickly then? Number one, 21.36 meters, the proposed building length. Number two, 17.5 meters to the exterior walls. Number three, now reduced to 0.731. Number three, no change. Number four, no change. Number five, no change. Number six, no change. Number seven, variance withdrawn. Number eight, variance withdrawn. Number nine, The proposed building depth is 21.36 meters. Number 10, variance withdrawn. Number 11, no change. Number 12, variance withdrawn. Number 13, variance withdrawn. And the proposed curb cut will be reduced to standard for one vehicle access and egress. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go to our next speaker. I have a Dennis Lakier, L-A-K-I-E-R. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Yes. Hello, sir. Can I get your full name and address?
Mr. Chair, we've lost the room again.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back in a few minutes.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
Mr. Lackey, my apologies. We lost the audio feed. Are you there, sir?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, sir. If you'd like to restart your presentation, please.
Name is Dennis Lakier at 542 St Clements Avenue.
Okay.
And I was not aware of the late-breaking changes. I have not had time to review them. My feeling was that this design does not align with the existing neighborhood aesthetics. The tree canopy for me is very valuable and needs to be retained. Removing trees will take over 20 years to replace. My other concern, and I think this needs to be answered by the city planning, is that this building would increase somewhere around 20% of the structure that's just building, ignoring enlarged driveway space and any other build out at the back. And I'd like to know if the street can cope with the additional stormwater load, because the street has a history of flooding in any major storm.
Sir, I want to add, and I guess to other people who may be listening, the Committee of Adjustment mandated we do not deal with drainage issues. Any application here that is approved by the committee that applies for a building permit has to submit a lot grading plan that makes sure that all their storm water is managed on their own site. So I want to make that clear. You can comment if you want on storm drainage, but it doesn't affect our decisions. So I just wanted to make that clear. So if you'd like to proceed, Mr. Lackyer.
So because of the enlarged size and the going out of the neighborhood look and feel, I don't support the construction.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Okay, we'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Shoshana Jameson. Are you there?
Mr. Chair and members, Shoshana is not present on this call at the time.
Thank you, Mr. Wills. Next person is Wayne Marcus. Are you there, sir?
Mr. Chair and members, Wayne Marcus is present on the call, but he has not authorized the use of his microphone. Therefore, we cannot have him speak because we can't unmute him.
Okay, we'll go to the next person on the list. We'll come back to Mr.
Wayne, if you can hear me and you'd like to speak, please log out and log back in and authorize your microphone to make sure that you can speak.
Okay, we'll go to the next person on the list. I have Orion Tkach, T-K-A-T-C-H. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Can I get your full name and address, please?
Brian Tkach, 534 St Clements Avenue.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you could give us your thoughts on this application.
Yeah, I appreciate Lauren coming back with the comments on the tree. My main issues with the front tree. I think a big part of why I love St. Clements and a lot of others do is the overhanging coverage. I know this is not the forum to talk about the trees, but I noticed in the arborist report, there's a $730 deposit on that front tree. And I'm currently building as well, so I don't want to be hypocritical with anything. I had a couple of variances that weren't aggressive in nature, but I have more equity in my front tree than I have in my house with the city. So I'm curious why they have a $700 deposit on this front tree. And I want to make sure that the city monitors the health of the tree throughout the build to make sure everything's protected, to make sure it doesn't all of a sudden become unhealthy throughout the build. And that's those are my main concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to let you know, this application would be subject to an urban forestry condition, so they'll be looking at the property as part of their approval. I'll go to the next. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Go to the next. Go back to Mr. Wayne Marcus. Are you there, sir?
Mr. Chair and members, Wayne is on the call still. It doesn't look like he's logged off, and he can't be contacted at this time.
Okay, because he's the last person to speak. Mr. Marcus, are you there? Can you log off and please log back in? Wayne Marcus, are you there?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, I am.
Wayne
yes.
Is on the call still. It doesn't.
Sir.
Mr. Chair, there's some feedback. I think he might have his YouTube going or something like that. So you'll just have to press through. I'll unmute him and you'll have to maybe wait a moment or two while our voices stop, and then he'll be able to speak, but you're gonna have to press through on this one.
Mr. Marcus, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Can I get your full name and address, please?
My name is Wayne Marcus. I live at 540 St. Clements Avenue.
Okay, thank you, sir. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application.
Yes, I would just like to say I was part of a group that was trying to come up with some agreement. However, I did not see the revision to the plan until late this morning. I don't feel I've had enough time to really accurately analyze that. On the face of it, though, the house still seems too big to me, and I don't want to support that current agreement.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, and we'll go back to Mr. Rose. Are you there, Mr. Rose?
Hear me?
Yes,
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. You've heard the comments from the previous speakers. If you'd like to reply.
Sure. If staff could put up the revised site plan, please. I think the main thing here is that the house is not really 21 meters long. It's, according to this new site plan, 7.5 meters long with a 3.86 meter deck that, if it was not excavated, would not count in length. So we would be fine if you were to tie this to the site plan in front of you. I want to say that I too lived on St. Clements. I sort of think of it as the center of the universe. Lived at 521 St. Clements for many years. I happen to know some of the people said that setbacks like this are not given on this street. Well, look at the site plan in front of you. The house at 541 has a 0.41 meter setback. Our existing house that we're replacing has a 0.42 meter setback. My house probably had a 0.3 meter setback on one side. So it is very common in the area. As to the density, which seems to be one of the other comments, is, you know, at 512, St. Clements, 74% was granted, 588, 81%, 554, 75, 586, 72, 585, 81%. These are just some of them. What I want to point out is that city planning had no objection to this application before we removed the height and all the other variances. Certainly, they deem this to meet the 4 tests of the Planning Act. The house is not as deep as the house at 541, which apparently will be replaced. I do not know. In terms of the tree, we have every intention of keeping the tree. We have every intention of complying with the minutes of settlement. We will make the curb cut a single car curb cut. Our intentions are all good, and I do believe this meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act. It will not destroy the neighborhood that I still love and live close to. And that's my submission.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you. Just to note that this is a revised application. Variance number 1, the building length has been reduced from 22.17 meters to 21.36 meters. Variance number 2, the floor space index has been reduced from 0.761 to 0.731. Variances 7 and 8 have been deleted. Variance number 9, the depth has been reduced from 22.17 meters to 21.36 meters. And variances 10, 12, and 13 have been deleted. So if I could get a motion on this revised application, please. Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one question for you. I noticed the condition from the staff report is that they want the decision tied to the site plan, but the site plan has been revised. Is there any way we can tie this decision to the new site plan?
Yes,
the
we
revised
can.
site plan?
Mr. Lamb, is there a way?
Mr. Chair, we can make sure that we tie it to the newest set of plans. There should be a date on the new site plan, so we'll double check that real quick, and we'll let committee know which the date is.
Okay, thank you. Just a moment, Mr. Kidd.
Mr. Rose, is it possible to have your
Yes.
office send us a site plan dated today with the changes, with a title block highlighting today's date?
Absolutely.
Okay, if you can do that for us, then, and then we can
For
use that.
reference,
Okay, so
but for reference, you can use the site plan that says the length of dwelling is 17.5, but I will do and put my title block and name on that.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, and date it November 18th.
So we will have that could be changed then. Mr. As what was Mr. Kidd was asking was that the property be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing submitted to the Committee of Adjustment dated the 18th of November 2021.
Correct, Mr. Chair. We can word it like that. And if you'd like to really make sure we lock it in, you can also say the site plan dated November 18th, 2021, if you'd like as well.
Site plan drawing dated 18 November.
And you can do that, Lauren?
Yeah, so it would read.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll have it shortly.
Perfect, thanks.
Do I send it to you, Adam?
Yeah, send it to me.
Or
send it to me and the appropriate AT.
So, Mr. Kidd, I'm sorry, it would read, the subject to the property be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing dated the 18th of November 2021, submitted to the Committee of Adjustment on the 18th of November, 2021. That would apparently cover it.
Okay, thank you. In that case, I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application as amended. The changes have been read into the record, I believe, so I don't think I have to go over those again.
No. There's an urban forestry condition.
Yes, an urban forestry condition, and the city planning staff report the property be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing dated November 18th, 2021, submitted to the committee adjustment on November the 18th, 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second that motion?
Also the forestry.
Hang on. Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Oh, Mr. Khan, are you in favor?
Yes, sir, I am.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your revised application's been unanimously approved, subject to urban forestry and city planning conditions. Now on item number 16, 96 Cheltenham Avenue, I have two people registered to speak. The agent is Richard Wengel. Are you there, sir?
Mr. Chair, we've lost the room again.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the 9th Annual Civic Gala in support of the City of Toronto's 2021 United Way Employee Campaign. My name is Laura Rossi, and I'll be your host this afternoon. I'd like to remind you all to disconnect from your VPN if you are on a city device to help with your viewing experience. Now, before we get started with today's event, I would like to invite those who are gathered here in the council chamber to stand if you are able, as we together take a moment to acknowledge the land upon which we stand. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. I would like to now share the virtual mic with Colin Sam, one of the co-chairs of the Black Staff Network, who ancestral acknowledgement.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us. This is the African Ancestral Acknowledgement. Thank you very much. I'll pass it back to Council Chambers.
Thank you, Colin. Everyone, you can be seated. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to our second virtual Civic Gala. As you can see, we've incorporated a bit of a hybrid feel with today's event, with a few staff attending here in the council chamber. Say hi, everyone. We have a view, right? So we can kind of see people. Is that what's showing? Okay, cool. Yeah. Okay. Whether you're with us in person or joining virtually, we're looking forward to having some fun over the next hour while also raising some money for our United Way employee campaign.
This is the SLT video now, right?
Hang on, I just want to read what I have here. Okay, and this is where I need to make a quick note. Okay, and now we'll go over to our SLT video.
Welcome back, everybody.
That was so much fun. Look at those great dance moves. Chris Murray, that was great. All right, and now I'd like to introduce our city manager, Chris Murray. Hi, everyone. I'm Chris Murray. Welcome. Thank you for having me. Now I'd like to turn things over to our Mayor, John Tory.
Hello, Mayor John Tory here. I'm delighted to extend my most sincere greetings to all of you virtually attending the city's 9th annual Civic Gala in support of the United Way. I remember going to the first one a few years ago, and it was a real one. It was an in-person one, and you know, I'd never seen all the people that I worked with.
Hey, members, can you hear me? Nadini, Paul, Ron, Asif, can anybody hear me? And if you can you just say hey? Again, members, if anyone could just sign in or unmute yourself and say hey if you can hear me.
But also through our commitment to the United Way. Let's continue to be united for the city. 1 second, I've got to take this out. Now I'd like to introduce one of our co-patrons of the United Way employee campaign and our Civic Gala champion, our Deputy City Manager of Corporate Services, Josie Sholey.
Oh, is it Josie Sholey there?
Hi, everyone. I'm Josie Sholey. I'm wearing a sparkly dress. We're going to have a lot of fun. I'm going to thank Eddie Mariconda as well. And it's Eddie Mariconda, right? Kona. Okay. So she'll say how she's going to say it. And thank you very much.
What's happening now? Sorry.
The end of her notes, and she's going to say, I'd like to welcome my friend, Daniele Zanozzi, the President and CEO of the United Way.
I thought it was a video before.
It is the video.
Okay, so we're doing the video first.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
It's my life. I'm glad to be alive. Because of my past.
Oh, okay, now you guys can hear. All right.
Okay, I've got a mic pointed at the speakers. It's on.
Okay, we're gonna, okay, ladies and gentlemen, my apologies. We're now on item number 16, 96 Cheltenham Avenue. The agent is Richard Wengel. Are you there, sir? Mr. Wengel, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Richard Wengel.
Yes, can I get
Can you
your
hear
full
me?
name and address, please? Mr. Wengel, can I get your full name and address, please?
Yes, Richard Wengel, 102 Avenue Road, Toronto.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to ask, sir, there's a report from City Planning dated the 10th of November, which indicates that they have no objections to your application, provided that the building length and building depth is developed substantially in accordance with the site plan and basement floor plan drawings attached to their report. And there's also a transportation services report dated the 10th
I
of
can't hear Alan.
Pardon me?
I can't hear Alan either.
I'm not hearing you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have to put this on hold for a minute. We're still having technical problems.
Now I can hear you, Alan.
Can't hear them.
Got the volume turned up on the EEC computer as well, but nothing coming out of that one. We'll get that off for now.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound. Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my apologies. Hang on. Hang on. My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on, hopefully, back on track. We're on item number 96. And Richard Wengel, are you still there, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to ask, I read out the comments from city planning and their recommended condition. There's also a report from Transportation Services dated the 10th of November. They're recommending refusing your second access to Cheltenham Avenue. I just wanted to ask, have you seen those two reports, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
I just wanted to ask, did you want to defer your application to discuss that issue with Transportation Services, or would you like to proceed today?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to proceed, please.
Okay, thank you. I have one other person registered to speak, sir, so if you'd like to give us a presentation, if you could do that on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I could just ask our presentation material could be pulled up to page number 2. And I'll just begin that this is a proposal for a new 2-story dwelling house. It's a contemporary design. It sits within an existing double lot. One of our variances that we will be asking for is to have our garage located on Cheltenham instead of St. Ives. And you'll see it highlighted in green. It's essentially in the exact same location as the existing home. The existing home is outlined in green, and our new dwelling is outlined in black. You'll see that our house is actually a bit narrower than what's proposed, but going a bit deeper. And in fact, our house sits well back from the required side yard setback from St. Ives. Part of the reason for that is this lot is surrounded by incredible amounts of beautiful trees, and we're preserving every single one of them. It's essentially a house within the forest, and the raison d'etre for the design is certainly to work within the existing landscape. I'm also happy to report that planning has no concerns with our proposal. Urban Forestry had no concerns, and our client and I had met with the neighbor to the east at number 100 Cheltenham, and they were supportive of our proposal. As well, our client has met with the rear neighbor at number 99 Buckingham, who has no issues with our proposal, and across the road to the south with number 40 St. Ives. Again, they are fully supportive of our proposal. I can just ask you to turn to the next page. It'll just show you a height comparison. And this is for variance for the height. We are asking for a slight variance for the flat roof height of approximately 1 meter. And the reason for this is that this house is going to be a super insulated home where we're going to actually be putting insulation on top of our roof system, therefore requesting a little bit of extra height because we're going to apply to be close to a new house standard that will be much higher than the code permits. The red outline would be an as-of-right slope ceiling. So if we were to put a sloped roof on this house at a 312 pitch minimum or higher, we would have a roof height resulting at 10 meters. We're about 1.7 meters below that. And again, planning has not had any issues with this. If we can just turn to page 4, you'll see a perspective of this home. Again, it's a contemporary design sitting all behind the trees. And then a rear view on page number 5. You'll see the back. And again, part of our length and depth is from this outdoor terrace that you'll see at the left, where there's a bit of a black chimney. That's allowed to exist as of right. It's an outdoor space, but what we are asking to do is excavate just below it, and therefore that counts within the length and the depth. So if we just turn back to our site plan on page 2, thank you, you'll see in the red outline, the house fits entirely within its prescribed envelope, with the exception of the outdoor space, which again respects the setbacks, but does count in length because of its underground use. And that's where we're going to be putting some additional storage for the backyard, and there'll be some water treatment systems, etc. I think it's a fairly straightforward application. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Kidd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Wengel, I'm concerned about the driveway in the front. The transportation has flagged the westerly entrance as being a safety risk, being so close to the corner. But, and asked us to deny variance number 5. If we deny a variance number 5, the way it reads to me, you have to put your driveway in off St. Ives Avenue. You can't maintain the existing driveway on Cheltenham.
That's yes.
Is that going to be a problem?
Yes, it would be, because I think what they're asking for is for the second driveway entrance to be denied, which is the U shape. Now, again, we are asking to keep our garage and our driveway presently in the exact same location that it exists now. So on our site plan, if we look at page number 2, you'll set up, if it's possible. From our presentation, you'll see the garage and its driveway are in the exact same location. And the whole purpose of this driveway in and out, because it is a double lot, is to provide a forward motion out. So if we can just scroll down a bit towards the bottom of the page. Oops. It's to page number 2 again. Yeah, there you go. So you see the green outline. That's the existing garage right now. And we want to just maintain its same location. That driveway is also in the exact same location. You'll see at the very bottom, at the left-hand side of the driveway, there's a big tree. And that's being preserved. There's a retaining wall around it. That's the exact same location as the drive. We're not touching it. We've respected it. And so therefore, because it's a double garage and it's a single throated driveway, the intent is that someone could back out of their driveway and then to the back and then do a forward return out to the street, being much safer closer to the stop sign. And again, planning, when we reviewed it, they didn't have an issue with it. They understood we're not hurting any city trees and we're just asking for a single road out. It's essentially to create a forward motion out as opposed to backing up against, you know, the stop sign.
Are you proposing a single driveway or a circular driveway?
It's a circular driveway, Mr. Kidd. So but again, that variance number 5 is required to maintain our garage in the exact same location. That's the whole purpose of this. Versus if we just scroll up to the top of the page, you'll see there's a whole bunch of city trees that would prevent us from putting a parking spot in there. We'd have to cut down, and it doesn't make sense to have a garage structure in the back where we already have one in the front in the exact same location. It's been there probably for 60, 65 years minimum.
Yeah, I understand that. Because transportation is concerned about the circular drive, was there never any consideration given to just maintaining the single driveway as it exists now?
Yes, but I think part of our concern was also the backing up onto the street from that point, because there is a tree there. It does obscure the view. There's a beautiful cedar hedge that creates a lot of privacy. So although it's beneficial to the house, it's a bit difficult backing out. And that's why we put the entranceway to have the curb cut there. Just as an exit, it's more for an exit than an entrance, because it doesn't make sense to enter. It makes sense to enter from the east side, which is the right-hand side.
Thank you.
Mr. Wengel, I just wanted to ask, Cheltenham Street's a through, and when I was out there, Cheltenham Street's a through street, correct?
Yes.
And the stop signs are on the stop controls are on St. Ives, correct?
Yep.
So someone who's coming northbound on St. Ives has to stop anyway if someone's coming out of the driveway.
Yes, but it's also, there's a lot of east-west traffic on the street. And it was just really for safety with our clients' children, being able to push their cars forward out of the street. But again, the garage in that location is essential for the design of this home.
Now,
so definitely at number.
That being said, sir, you already have an existing access on Cheltenham, and you want a new one. So even if, for example, the committee approved your variance for Cheltenham, you understand the risk is that Transportation Services would not give you that second driveway, and you'd have to go to Community Council to get it approved.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm aware of that.
So you understand the risk?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions of the speaker? Go to the next person on the list. I have Lutz Fulgraf. Are you there, Mr. Fulgraf?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. If I could get your full name and address, please.
Sure. My name is Lutz Fulgraf. I'm speaking for the Lawrence Park Ratepayers Association. The address is 3219 Young Street, Box 239, Toronto, Ontario, N4N3S1.
Okay, sir, if you'd like to give us your thoughts on this application?
Sure. Let me first express my appreciation for your and the committee members' professionalism in what must be a very frustrating and delayed session due to technical
Thank you, sir. I
difficulties.
mean, thank you. It's you folks who have to deal with it, but so thank you very much.
Yeah, true. On behalf of the Lawrence Park Ratepayers Association, I want to express concern with the height of the flat roof building. I have reviewed the documentation on the Application Information Center file, including the staff report. LPRA was initially surprised about the large footprint of the planned building, but in light of the large area of the lot, can get comfortable with the with it and not object to the variances that concern the size of the footprint of the building. I cannot really comment on the driveway issue. There are other experts that need to deal with it, and you have already alluded to it. I would like to express surprise and disappointment that the staff did not evaluate the height variances when arriving at the recommendation to approve the plans. I have some background noise here, Mr. Chairman. I don't know where it comes from, but if you can hear me, then that's okay. I will just continue. Variants 1 and 6 indicate that the special bylaws for flat roof buildings are exceeded by 1 meter or 1 meter 09. The reasons are the 11-foot ceilings on the first and the second floor. I know that the architects, Mr. Wengler's office usually contacts the neighbors. We've heard that he has contacted 3, but there is no letter of support on the file. At least there wasn't when I looked at it yesterday. At 9 meters flat roof, this home truly stands out as being almost as high as the sloped roof buildings in the neighborhood. The bylaw for the sloped roofs is 10 meters, as Mr. Wengler pointed out. So now we have a flat roof building that is almost that high. Let me conclude with expressing my regret that without consultation, we always ended up in these adversarial positions. But that being the case, LPRA can only point out that as a standout, the building height is not appropriate and desirable for the neighborhood, and it changes the streetscape and should be reduced by 1 meter or denied. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Fulgraf. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, go back to Mr. Wengel. Sir, you have the opportunity to address the concerns raised by the previous speaker.
Mr. Chair, if we could just go to page number 3 of our presentation, and I'll just start that to say that the staff did not evaluate it. I believe they did, because they do review every application, and had they had a concern with our height, they would have brought that forth. They've never been shy with us, and again, we didn't have any comment.
Mr. Chair, we lost the room again.
Oh. Jeez, 23.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
Okay, corporations and boards. And, like last year, something special is a private behind the scenes tour from the Toronto Zoo, and the CEO will be taking you around. So we want to thank all of our agencies, boards, and corporations once again for your generous donations to this year's online silent auction. Be sure to check out all of these great items that you can bid on and support the Toronto United Way employee campaign. I will now turn things over for a special video presentation featuring staff from across our divisions, and we get to see a day in their lives and the great, amazing work that they do. Enjoy.
Perfect. Way better. Yeah. Who cares? Exactly. And the thing is, it's like you're way more engaging to the public, right? Yeah. I don't want to say it that way, but no, this is a gala. Yeah, for sure. Okay, awesome. It's our casual gala. Okay. Okay, so let's take 5, guys. Hud, when we get back at 3, let's open up the live link. Yeah. Is that okay? Okay. Yeah, let's take a 20-minute-er. Is that okay, guys? Yeah, I know. I'm gonna go get a drink too. Even if it's 10 after 3, guys, let's take a 30-minute. Okay? Adrian, you too. Okay, we're closing this meeting. So we'll see you guys in the live link when we come back up. Okay, thanks everyone.
Want me to join back in the live link?
Yes, please. Just for because you're a security
Okay.
blanket. Yep, okay, appreciate it, Adrian. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, dude.
Bye.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in session. My apologies once again. Mr. Wingle, my apologies for the audio problems. If you could start your presentation again. Mr. Wingle, are you there? Mr. Wingle, are you there?
Mr. Wengel, can you hear us? Can any of the members hear us? Just give me a little wave.
I don't think they can hear us.
Mr. Chair.
We can hear you, Richard, but we got some feedback problems. Hey, Richard, can you hear me? And or the members, anyone can hear me? Good afternoon, members. Can anybody hear me? So, Mr. Chair, and if anyone can hear me, and members, the room has been dialed back in. We are connected, but it's muted. And for the first time ever since doing these virtual meetings, I'm no longer able to unmute or mute the room. In the past, I was able to control the general room along with individual microphones, but this time I can't. So it does appear that they've unmuted the room now, so we should be able to go. Hey, members, can you give me a wave if you can hear me? There we go. Mr. Chair, we're back.
Okay.
So I think if we can go with Mr. Richard Wengel and get this underway here.
Mr. Wengel, you still there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. My apologies, sir.
No worries.
If you'd like to proceed again, start your ending arguments, your closing arguments.
I was talking and then I realized I wasn't on, so I'll just try to be brief. I just want to reiterate that planning has no objection to this proposal. I believe they did review it thoroughly, and had they had any concerns, they would have asked us. I will also like to think that our friend, Mr. Lefgruff, is not necessarily representing the neighborhood. The neighbors who are the most affected by this proposal are in support of it. Okay, so I'm not sure who he's serving, because the neighbors we've approached who are directly affected on all sides and across the road have no objections to it. I think the house is a simple matter. We are trying some technical work that requires a little bit of extra height. The roof itself will exist at a 10 meter if we put a slope on it, but we want to do it as a flat roof. So it's still 1.7 meters below what would normally be considered a slope roof. I think it's minor. I believe the planning department thinks it's minor, and I'm happy to answer any questions that that committee may have of me. Thank you.
Mr. Wengel, I just wanted to make sure you're aware that even if the committee did approve your variance to have the driveway on Cheltenham, that doesn't imply you get two driveways. It only implies that you get an access, and if you wanted another one that wasn't copacetic to transportation services, you would probably end up at community council. You're aware of that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I am aware. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My concern with this application is the driveway, but it sounds like that's something that Mr. Wengel can perhaps work out with transportation at a later date. So I'm going to put forward a motion to accept this application, subject to the condition that the building length and building depth be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan and basement floor plan drawing attached to the planning staff report dated November the 10th, 2021. And also, there's no forestry condition. So.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second Mr. Kidd's motion? That motion does not carry. Can I get another motion? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. You know, my esteemed colleague, I'm not sure that I feel the same way, Mr. Kidd. I do believe that raised the concerns of the Ratepayers Association as well as Transport, which are the experts in this, and I take my advice from them. That aspect of this application has not been satisfied, and I don't know how it interjects and interplays with the rest of the application. As such, I don't feel that this is minor in any way, and I put forward a motion to refuse this application.
Thank you. We have a motion from Ms. Sankar to refuse. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Khan seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? Mr. Kidd dissenting. Mr. Wengel, your application has been refused. Thank you very much, sir. Item number 17, Yew Cliff Crescent. I have two people registered to speak. The agent is Nicole Parr. Are you there?
I am. Hi.
Yes, hello. Can I get your full name and address, please, madam?
Yes, of course. My name is Nicole Parr, and my address is 22 Blue Forest Drive, Toronto, Ontario, M3H4W2.
Okay, thank you, madam. I note that there's a report on file with your application dated the 9th of November, and it indicates that the city planning has no objections to your application, provided that the proposal is constructed substantially in accordance with the east side and side west elevation drawings submitted to the committee attached as attachments 1 and 2 to their report. Have you had the opportunity to review that report, madam?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you. We have one other person registered to speak, so if
Mr. Chair, a quick note, the area resident is not on the call at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wills. Ms. Parr, I think we have 6 variances here. I think the committee's pretty clear on what you're asking for. Is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material that we have before us this afternoon?
No, not really. I feel really confident in what we're asking for. We've done our area research. I have 5 houses very nearby that have very similar variances, which I can list if you'd like. But to save some time, which I know we need to do for you guys, I would like to say I did notice the objection from Ms. Jaw in the development applications website. You know, I do feel for her. Her house is actually not directly behind my client. Her direct neighbor is 15 Wycliffe, and I do feel we have no rear yard variance, and I don't think that we're going to be taking away from her view of the sky. So I think that we've been respectful, and I think we're in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, and we meet the 4 tests.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Hunt?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've listened to the comments, and I believe that this does meet the 4 tests, subject to the November 11th or November 9th planning report, where it expressed a condition that it be developed substantially in accordance with the east and west side elevations as submitted to the Committee of Adjustment and attached to their report.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Someone to second Mr. Hunt's motion? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Madam, your application's been unanimously approved, subject to city planning conditions.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, madam. Item number 18. We have 255 Glen Karen Avenue. I have one person registered to speak. That is Jay Smith. Are you there?
I am here, Mr. Chair. Jay Smith, 2814 Hollington Crescent.
Okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to ask, I went through your file. There are no comments or recommended conditions from city staff. Also noted, however, and I think I wanted to ask you, sir, the variance for your side yard setback, it says the proposed north side yard setback is 1.22 meters. I believe that is that correct?
It's the west setback.
Yeah, so it should read the proposed west side yard setback, and it should be 1.32 meters. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so variance number, I'm advised by staff that that change can be made. It doesn't have to, the notice doesn't have to be resent out. So variance number 1 needs to be changed. We will change it so that it reads the proposed west side yard setback is 1.32 meters, and that's correct, right, sir?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So you only have the 2 variances. We've corrected the first one. Again, we've identified that we do not have to recirculate the notice. I just wanted to ask pretty clear what you're asking for. Is there anything that you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I do believe this is minor in nature, so I'll put forward a motion to approve this application. I'll make it subject to the revision that you've shared today. Mr. Chair, I can't see you, so I'm not sure if you're hearing me.
Yes, I can hear you, Ms. Sankar.
Oh, okay. Sure. So that, you know, the revisions that you've announced today that did not have to be recirculated around the west side yard setback at 1.32. So that's the only change that's there, and that's my motion.
Thank you, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your revised application's been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Item number 19, 711 Oriel Parkway. I have one person registered to speak. That's Graham Barrett. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Good afternoon, committee members, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you, sir. I have, there's a city planning report on file with your application dated the 3rd of November. They have no objection to your application, provided that the property is developed substantially in accordance with the site plan and south side elevation drawing submitted to the committee, attached as attachments 1 and 2 to their report. Have you had the opportunity to read that report, sir?
Yes, I have, and we're fine with those conditions.
Okay, thank you, sir. I know you have 4 variances before us. We have no one else registered to speak, and it's pretty clear what, I think the committee's clear on what you're asking for. Is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
Sure, I can give you a brief explanation, and this applies to both this proposal and the next one on the agenda. Both of these proposals were previously before this committee in August of 2020, and I was the agent. At that time, the owners of both properties were working together to demolish an existing garage which straddled both properties and build new garages on each of their properties. At that time, they were under the impression that the current proposal, what is before you today, was what was heading to committee. But there was some miscommunication between the owners and their designer, and the garage roof decks and stairs connecting the garages to the homes and yards were left off the drawings. So that's why I'm here today. The previous proposals were approved, were out without this key element, and I wasn't made aware of this until many months later. The garages and roof decks are complete. They're not connected to the decks and dwellings at this time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Oh, we lost them?
Mute him. Mr. Chair, members, we've lost the room again.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
Hello?
Mr. Barrett, hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Mr. Chair. We're cut
my
off.
apologies. We're having a series of audio difficulties here. My apologies.
Oh, I'm well aware.
My apologies. If you just take up where you left off, if you can remember where that was.
I'm not sure where I got cut off, but essentially what I was saying was that this proposal before you is what should have been before this committee in October, but due to some miscommunication, the roof decks and connecting stairs were not shown at that time. So we're back in front of committee simply to add steps from the roof decks to the decks behind the dwellings and steps down to the rear yards. And this is essentially exactly what was approved at 715 Oriel Parkway, and I was the agent on that one as well. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but I'm going to be very brief so as not to get cut off again.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker?
Yes,
Mr. Hunt, do you have a question?
Yes, I don't see myself on the video, but hopefully you can hear me. I just wanted to ask the agent, I was confused when I read the material on this because It indicated that you were applying to construct a rooftop deck and on an existing detached garage with the connecting stairs. And there was a document in there that indicated that these had already been built. And I'm just wondering if you could clarify for me the basis on which they were constructed or the approval that they were constructed.
Yes, gladly. The garages were constructed after being approved at Committee of Adjustment last year. The roof decks have been built as well, but not connected to the dwellings. I'm thinking the owners were unaware that this was not part of their proposal at the time, because when it came up later, they were very surprised to learn that their roof decks were not shown on the drawings. It was definitely a lack of communication somewhere along the way between the designer and the owners. So the roof decks are built, but they are not connected to the dwellings, and that's what triggers these variances for FSI and for building length and depth and so on. So that's the situation that we're in.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions, Mr. Hunt?
No, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm taking the staff recommendations and I'm going to read. We developed substantially in accordance with the site plan and south side elevation drawings submitted to the Committee of Adjustment, attachment 1 and 2 to this report. And I move this application be approved.
Thank you, Mr. Khan. Someone to second Mr. Khan's motion. Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Mr. Barrett, your application's been approved subject to city planning conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Barrett, you're up next on item number 2705 Oriel Parkway. You're the only speaker. Again, there's a report from city planning on, this is 705 Oriel Avenue. This is a report from city planning dated the 3rd of November. They again have no objections to your application, provided the property is developed substantially in accordance with the site plan and north side elevation drawings submitted to the committee attached as attachments 1 and 2 to this report. I noticed that there's 4 variances, pretty clear what you're asking for. Is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material we have before us this afternoon?
Anything I would have to say for this application would be identical to what I just said for the last one. So no, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Barrett. Any questions of the speaker? Could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As with the last application, I find this to be an appropriate proposal. I want to put forward a motion to accept the application subject to the condition that the property be developed substantially in accordance with a site plan and north side elevation drawings submitted to the Committee of Adjustment and attached as attachments 1 and 2 to the planning staff report dated November the 3rd, 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second that motion? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor? The motion carries unanimously. Mr. Barrett, your application's been unanimously approved subject to city planning conditions.
Thank you kindly. Hope your afternoon goes more smoothly.
Thank you. Item number 21, 172 Parkhurst Boulevard. I have 2 people registered to speak. The agent is Matthew Miklas. Are you there, sir?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes, Mr. Miklas, went through your file. There's a report here from city planning dated the 10th of November. And it...
Can I interject for a moment, please? I reached out to Adam beforehand, and I've made an amendment to what I'm proposing. So what I was proposing...
Mr. Miklas, hang on just a second.
Yep, of course.
Can I get your full name and address, please?
Yeah, it's Matthew Miklas, Miklas, and the address is 37 High Point Road.
Okay, thank you. I just went through your file. There's a report on file there from city planning dated the 3rd of November. And it pardon me, the 10th of November, and it recommends that you reduce variance number 2 regarding the floor space index from 0.69 to 0.60 times the area of the lot or under. And I'm just asking, if you reduce this to what is recommended by city planning, does this send you back to the drawing board?
Yes, it does send me back to the drawing board
Okay.
beyond the 0.63.
Okay, I wanted to, in view of city planning's comments, would you like to defer your application so you can discuss this with city planning?
I would like to continue and explain why I don't agree with the recommendation made.
Okay, then I'll, if you'd like to give us a brief presentation on why we should support your variances.
Yeah, thank you. So as you mentioned, the variance in question is more pertaining to the FSI, so I will stick to that. I do believe the minor variance that I'm seeking of 0.63 FSI is minor, just because the request I'm seeking does not change the envelope to which I have in order to achieve this space. And additionally, the increase is consistent with built forms and the character of the immediate neighborhood. So with that said, when initially I submitted the 0.96, there was a mistake on my team and I, where we were comparing ourselves to homes on Parkhurst, just a block north of there, where the density is quite different. But since then, and working with the city and doing some additional research, we determined that the 0.63 FSI is one that's consistent with the character of the neighbors, and that it would allow us to keep the design, which does pay respect to the neighborhood. You'll notice there is red brick and pointed roofs, which is a quintessential point of the Leaside neighborhood. The 0.63 FSI I'm requesting is consistent with decisions the committee has recognized as being minor variances, and this maintains the character of the immediate area. This includes, earlier today, 69 Vanderhoof. They sought the same magnitude of height increase and the same magnitude of FSI increase, as well as other items such as building length and side back setbacks. This property is on my block, and it's only 29 meters from my property and has the same zoning. I believe the committee's unanimous decision to consider their application to be a minor variance demonstrates the prevailing character of my neighborhood. This is also consistent on my street of Parkhurst, including homes such as 164, 170, and 180 Parkhurst, which range from densities of 0.607 to 0.646. Most recently in August, my neighbor behind me at 62 Vanderhoof, which has the same R1A zoning as my property, was granted the same minor variance to which I'm seeking in terms of density. The committee deemed this level of density a minor variance and decided to approve it. The build form on Vanderhoof goes as high as 0.67 FSI, and I do believe that the overall prevailing character is more in line to what I am seeking. So it is to my opinion that what I am seeking is in line with not only the consistency of the built forms of the area, but also as a minor variance. And I would also like to acknowledge that when I reviewed the recommendation by city planning staff, I did not believe it was appropriate for my property. The staff recommended a 0.6 FSI. However, the staff did not recommend the committee to reject a higher proposal at verge of FSI. Please note the same member of city planning staff who reviewed my application also reviewed 62 Vanderhoof and 69 Vanderhoof this year. All these properties are zoned the same and are in extremely close proximity. The member of the city planning staff did not oppose the FSI for either of those applications, and let me reiterate, those FSIs are among the same magnitude of which I'm seeking, 0.62 and 0.63. I believe this wasn't opposed because the magnitude of density is the prevailing build form in this immediate area. So to conclude, all I'm asking is to fit in with my immediate neighbors. I'm not asking the committee to set a new precedent, and I truly do believe the design of the proposed house will be a welcome addition to my neighbors and the community as a whole. It is my opinion that the variants I'm seeking today are minor and align with the prevailing character of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Kidd? Mr. Kidd, we can't hear you.
You hear me now?
Yes,
yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your application, I'm just looking at your application here. Variance number 2 proposes a floor space index of 0.69 times the lot area. But in your presentation, you were referring to an FSI of 0.63. What are you applying for in terms of?
Sir, did you hear Mr. Kidd?
Yeah. No, I did. I just was not unmuted yet. Yeah, so once I came onto the microphone, I did say that I was amending my application to honor the 0.63, given the additional research and communication I've had with city staff.
So back up a second, sir. Are you proposing to revise your application?
Yes, that was the first thing
Okay,
I said when I
okay,
entered the
back
phone call.
up. So you're proposing to change variance number 2.
Yes.
Current says a proposed floor space index is 0.69 times the area of the lot. You're proposing to reduce that to a floor space index of 0.63 times?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry if I wasn't connected and I didn't make that clear at the beginning.
Okay, so, and that's the only change you're proposing?
That's the only change I'm proposing.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions of the speaker? There being none, go back to the next person on the list.
Mr. Chair, they are not present on the call at this time.
We have no other speakers on this application. Could I get a motion on this revised application? Please note that the floor space index has been reduced from 0.69 times to 0.63 times the area of the lot. So if I could get a motion on this revised application, please. Could I get a motion on the revised application, please, Mr. Kidd? Mr. Hunt, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've listened to the applicant and I believe they have agreed to the modification of variant.
Mr. Hunt, we've lost your voice.
We lost the room.
Oh, we've lost the room.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
Mr. Hunt, can you hear me? We're back.
Mr. Chair, they can't hear us because the room is still muted and I do not have control of the room like I used to have in meetings past. The room appears now to be unmuted. Go for it.
Mr. Hunt, can you hear me? Okay, Mr. Hunt, we can't hear you.
I can hear you.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
better. Okay, I'm sorry we lost you there. If you could start from the beginning.
Sure. I have listened to the applicant and I understand that he has made a modification regarding FSI variance 2, reducing it from 0.69 times to 0.60 times. And on that basis, and given no other
Mr. Hunt?
department. Yes.
Mr. Hunt, he reduced it from 0.69 to 0.63.
Oh, 63, sorry. I have 60. Okay, then with that change, I would move approval of this application.
Thank you. Someone to second Mr. Hunt's motion? Ms. Sankar seconds. All those in favor?
I didn't hear the motion. What is it?
I'm sorry, Mr. Khan, do you have an amendment to that motion? Oh, you didn't? Oh.
No, sir, I didn't hear the motion, so how can I vote?
Okay, Mr. Khan, Mr. Hunt made a motion to approve the revised application with a floor space index reduced from 0.69 to 0.63. And he made a motion to approve that revised application. Are you in favor?
Thank you, sir.
Seconded by Ms. Sankar. Are you in favor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
That motion carries. Sir, your application's been approved. Without condition. Thank you.
Much.
Okay, item number 22, 38 Hillhurst Boulevard. I have two people registered to speak. The agent is Babak Haji Gassemi. Are you there?
Mr. Chair, yes, I'm here.
Yes, hello, sir. Thank you. Just going through your report, I note that we have, there's a recommended condition from Urban Forestry. There's also a report from Transportation Services dated the 10th of November. They indicate that they have no objections to your driveway width. And we have one other person registered to speak, sir. So if you'd like to give the committee a brief presentation on what you see as the merits of your proposal.
Yes, absolutely, sir. I submitted the presentation materials, which if you can put it on the screen. So I was retained by the owner back in summer to design their family home. Through the initial design process, we were very careful to design a home that specifically meets the need of the meet of this family. While it has not too much impact on the on its surroundings. Just to go over some of the variances, we are asking for an FSI variance. This is just to get the appropriate size of the house for this family. I prepared a map that shows the precedents in the area. We're not in competition with the larger homes in the area. We're just asking for a 63.5% FSI, which is, I think, compared to what's been approved in the area, it's very reasonable. In terms of the other variances, we have a variance for building length. However, to reduce the impact of this variance to the neighbor on the west side, we actually moved the house forward. And now, if you look at our side elevations, you'll see that our building can actually the impact we reduce the impact of this building length. The variance now is only in the front of the property, front of the house, into the front yard of this property, and there is a one-story breakfast area in the back that goes beyond the maximum building length, which is only one story in height and does not have any impact on the neighborhood. I have to mention that there is a townhouse development under construction on the east side, which compared to this property and this development is it's way more massive. But again, with the way that we try to position the house on the property, we wanted to, I drew a blue line that shows the relationship between the townhouse development and our building, and also the neighbor on the west side. Again, I don't think this front yard setback doesn't have any impact on anyone. And we have 3 other variances for our porch in the center of the house, and a variance for the width of the driveway. And the reason for that, this is a single car garage, but we wanted to have the owner wanted to just have more room on the driveway, so they can park 2 cars next to each other. We don't have any variance for side yard setbacks. or building depth or building height under the new Toronto zoning bylaws. We only have a height variance under the old Toronto bylaw. I think this is a very appropriate proposal for this neighborhood. It meets the characteristics of the neighborhood in terms of architectural style and does not have any adverse impact on the community. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, I'll go to the next person on the list. I have a Laurel Brown and Richard Schult Hosted. Are you there?
Hi, good afternoon. Laurel Brown. I'm
Yes.
present.
Thank you, madam. If you could give us your full name and address, please.
Thank you. My name is Laurel Brown, and my address is 40 Hillhurst Boulevard, M5N1N6. I am the neighbor directly adjacent to the property in question on the west side and the most affected by the proposal.
Okay, thank you, madam. If you'd like to give us your thoughts on the application.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today, Mr. Chair and committee members. We did submit a letter for your consideration today in which we contest a number of the variances, this being the size, the front projection, the height, and the length. The length is proposed to extend well beyond the back of our house to the end of our deck. So the owner just bought the house late spring, early summer, and is not living in it. And while they characterize their submission as a collection of minor variances, I hope you will conclude that these variances are in fact not minor and are the cumulative impact of the proposed build to us, my husband and my children, is not minor. It is significant and cannot be underestimated. This build is going to materially reduce the enjoyment of our home and our backyard. It is going to impact us visually, our privacy, and our access to sunlight. It will negatively impact the current feel and the way we experience our home, and we find it just to be too much. So in addition to the content of my letter, I want to make a couple of additional points for the committee's consideration. And this is information we didn't have at the time our letter was submitted. So I want to focus on floor space index. It's proposed at 0.65, and it's the highest on the entire block. To provide you with some perspective, there are 40 houses on our block, and the average FSI is 0.44. Of the 40 houses, there are a couple that are at 0.63. That's at 85 Hillhurst and 53 Hillhurst. And I know that those have been brought up as examples. And in so doing, trying to distract from the other 38 houses that are smaller. The proposed 6.5 is not respecting the character of the block and not representative of the character of our block and our street. So for context only, for my home, we are at 0.41. The transition argument might be brought up later on. And so I just want to say that I think it's an irrelevant argument. There's no bylaw or zoning law for a transition house. 38 Hillhurst is zoned for a residential single-family home, and the transition argument is a fabrication. Being the first house on the street doesn't entitle anyone to other zoning exceptions. So the Committee of Adjustment has a very important role to play today and is indeed tasked with great responsibility. As we all know, there are 4 criteria that the committee will use to evaluate this case: the general purpose and intent, zoning bylaw, the proposed size, height, length, front of the backyard. All these variances taken cumulatively don't meet this criteria. Criteria 2, the city's official plan. Hillhurst is a low-rise, single-family home residential street. And so we have to respect and reinforce the existing character of the block and neighborhood. However, the height and setbacks are too big, and it's too deep, and it's too tall, and the square footage is too high. Are the variances minor? The answer is no. Taken cumulatively, the impact is too big, and what matters? What they are proposing is a departure from the character of the street, and it is not a minor impact, it is a major impact to us in the block. Desirability. The answer is no, it is not desirable. How does it reinforce the character of the neighborhood? And the answer is it does not. In closing, it does not meet the Committee of Adjustments for evaluation criteria. The proposed build does not reinforce the character of the block because it's too big in every way, pushing in all directions. This block is not eclectic. It's not an eclectic neighborhood. It's very uniform. The proposed build is not harmonious, and it's not sensitive to the character of the block, the existing streetscape, or the current home frontages. Again, while the submission is being characterized as a collection of minor variances, I hope you can see that in fact they are not minor. The cumulative impact of the proposed build to us and my family and my husband are not minor. I want to say that there's nobody to contest this on the east side. To orient the committee, there is a townhouse complex being constructed on the east side, 7 units. It's an avenue road address with a different zoning bylaw and cannot be compared. It's not keeping with the neighborhood as it is, which is why the proposed build at 38
Summarize, please.
Yes, which is why the proposed build at 38 Hillhurst is so important to respect the character of the block. This makes my submission even more material and important, and it's not fair that Mr. Patel gets a huge home at the expense of our enjoyment of our home.
Okay, thank you.
Lastly, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Ms.
Yes.
Khan?
Thank you, sir. Madam, my question is, did you had the meeting with the applicant and raise this question?
Thank you, Mr. Khan, for that question. No, we did not. Mr. Patel did come by our house to ask permission for the surveyors to come onto our property in the late summer. He did not give us any specific information on the proposed house. He did not share, we did share our concern of an overbearing build, reducing the enjoyment of our home, and we explained we had just moved in a year ago. We did receive a Dear Neighbor letter a few weeks ago introducing themselves, but it didn't provide any information. The letter we received from the city 2 weeks ago was the first we learned of the magnitude of this proposal.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, we'll go back to Mr. Ghassemi. Are you there, sir?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Yes, you heard the comments from Ms. Brown. If you'd like to respond to them, please.
Absolutely. Mr. Chair, throughout my presentation, I've never mentioned that this is a transition house from the townhouse development. I solely focused my whole presentation on this.
Did we lose him?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we lost the room again.
Every 15 minutes.
Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound. Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound. Invalid event panelist numeric password. Try again. Enter the event panelist numeric password, followed by pound.
You can stop dialing in. We have a connection to the room. No, Mr. Chair, we can't go just yet. they've dialed into the room twice now, and both are muted. So we're going to have a problem with feedback again, I think. Mr. We have a problem with feedback because the support staff for broadcasting has dialed in the room twice. Okay, Mr. Chair, I think we're good to go now. The room's been reconnected properly and it is unmuted, so we'll bring it back again.
My apologies, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Gassemi, are you still there?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm here.
Yes, my apologies, sir. If you'd like to start up where you left off, you may want to.
Not a problem.
Is it start over? You know what the comments were from Ms. Brown. If you'd like to respond to them, please.
Yes, not a problem, Mr. Chair. I was explaining that there was nowhere in my presentation that I mentioned that this is a transition house from the townhouse development. I solely mentioned that the townhouse development only just to show the location of our proposed house compared to where the wall of that townhouse development is compared to Hillhurst Boulevard. Now, and in terms of the comments from our dear neighbor, we need to look at this proposal in terms of its variances. FSI is not a good indication of building mass by itself. We should not only focus on the numerical value of the FSI. There are other building standards that controls and explains building mass, which is, and those are building length, side yard setbacks, building height, and building depth. And with our proposal, if you look at our site plan, our two-story, our building where the two-story portion of our proposal is only 16.89 meters in length. So it's not even, it's even lower than what's the maximum permitted building length. It's only the one-story breakfast extension in the back projects beyond the maximum permitted building length. We don't have any variance for minimum side yard setback. We don't have any variance for building height. And for those reasons, I think this proposal is the minor variances are very minor in nature and it's appropriate for the site where it's located.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Gassami, I have heard Mrs. Brown and her concern is variance number 3 FSI. And this FSI 0.635 is around 45% higher than the maximum allowable of 0.35 lot area. How can I consider this as a minor variance when it is so high? So my concern I share with Mrs. Brown. It's not a small or minor variance. It's a big jump. I'm not going to consider it as a minor. So, and justification you haven't given properly. So why should I consider?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I had a brief explanation about the FSI throughout my presentation, but I'm going to mention the neighbor next door mentioned that the average, I don't know if that's a correct number, but the average FSI in this block is around 50%. That itself is around 50% more than what is approved in terms of the zoning bylaws. Again, we should look at the building mass as it's from its other measures that actually creates the building envelope. This building could be within this envelope. We could have only one story and that would bring our FSI to 50% of what it is currently. But the overall envelope and overall mass would not change. Therefore, the impact would not change. For that reason, FSI is not a good indication of explaining building mass. But we should not focus on it by itself. We should consider FSI side by side with the other measures that explains building mass, such as building length, side yard setbacks, and overall building height. And our building is very, we don't have any of those variances, and our building length variance is only for the breakfast nook. It's a one-story projection in the back.
Okay, thank you, sir. Does the committee have any further questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. I do hear what the debutante has said, but in really reviewing this application and listening to the explanations provided by the agent here today, I'm willing to accept those explanations. And in looking at this, I do believe it meets the 4 tests for the neighborhood. So I'll put forward a motion to approve this application and make it subject to forestry. There's no transportation concerns. I'm satisfied with this.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sankar. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Kidd seconds. All those in favor? Opposed? We have a tie vote, and I will support Ms. Sankar's motion, so that motion carries. Sir, your application has been approved, subject to urban forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming here.
Okay, we are now on item number 23, our last item for this morning's agenda, 35 Hilltop Road. I have one person registered to speak. That is Richard Liebrack. Are you there, sir?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you. Can I get your full name and address, please?
Sure, it's Richard Liebrack, 3414 Yonge Street.
Okay, thank you. It's going through your file, sir. I note that there is a report from Transportation Services regarding, it's their report dated the 10th of November. They indicate that they have no objections to the substandard parking stall dimensions. And I just wanted to ask, sir, it's pretty clear what you're asking for in your application. The variances before us. I just wanted to ask, is there anything you'd like to tell the committee that isn't contained in the material that we have before us this afternoon?
Just in brief, 7 of the 9 variances really come out of the position of the existing house in its current location. So we're triggering variances by virtue of its existing location, i.e. the 2nd-story addition at the west end over the existing footprint, and again in the southeast corner of the existing house over the existing footprint. And just one other thing to note is that the owners do have a boulevard parking license number to address the parking requirement.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for clarifying that. Does the committee have any questions of the speaker? There being none, could I get a motion on this application, please? Mr. Kidd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel this proposal is appropriate for the property, and variances can be considered minor. I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the application without.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kidd. Someone to second that motion? Mr. Hunt seconds. All those in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Sir, your application's been unanimously approved without condition. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And that ends our morning edition. So I was thinking, would you like to take a half hour for a lunch break or longer I mean, we have another, I think, 16 items is that on the afternoon agenda. You want to take half an hour?
Not longer, but I'm okay with less. It's up to the other members.
Would you, how about 20 minutes?
Mr. Chair, let's just do a nice even half an hour, and that means we'll come back at 4:15.
Okay, all right. We'll be back at
4:15.
4:15.
Perfect.
Thank you.